Tuatahi kia tuku ai ngā whakamoemiti ki te wāhinga ro. Ki tō tātou matua nui te rangi. Tō tātou himene whakatūwhera i te rānei, he hōnore, he gloria.
He hōnore,
he gloria, maunga lono ki te whenua. Whakaro, pai e, ki ngā tangata katoa. Ake ake, ake ake, amine. Te atua, te pirina, tōku oranga, tōku oranga.
Kia hirihiri tātou kātika. Ka takina tira, takawa tapu ki ai o matuanu. Ko takawa ki te kore, ko takawa ki te pō, ko takawa ki te ao. Ko takawa ki a ranginui, ko takawa ki a papatuanuku, ko takawa ki ngātua. Ko takawa ki a hene ahuane, ko takawa ki a hene tītama, ka puta whaki, ko te irā tangata ki te whaiau, ki te ao marama. Tīnā ki runga, tīnā ki raro ki a māiaki, ki te ao parapara, ki te ao haiata, ki te umunui, ki te umuroa, ki te umuranga. Ka tū mai ko te awatea takahia te ao e horapana e ngā manu tiu. E ororo i te koraho o te wao nui, o te wao ro, o te wao holohoro. Ki tēnei ao hunukunuku o te kāwai tuhi māreikure e rapu nei tō hao ngā tūpuna. Turuturu āuta, turuturu ātai, whāno, haramai te toki, haumi e, hui e i, tai ai.
E tau? Kia tū ki runga, kia tū ki raro, kia tū ki hea, kia tū ki hakaputai nei te whei ao, kia puta ki te ao marama, ka ti hewa mauriora. Ti hewa uriuri, ti hewa nako. Ka tau hā ko te rangi e tū iho nei, ka tau hā ko te papa e hora ake nei. Ka tau hā ko te mātuku mai rarotonga, ko ia i ruku hia manawa pauroto, ko ia i ruku hia manawa pauaho, ko ia i ruku hia ke whakatina, ke atina te more i Hawaii ki, e pupu ana hoki, e wawao ana hoki, ke tāwera tū ki te rangi. E ke panuku, e ke tangaroa, whano mai te toki a haumi e, hui e, pai ki e. E tuku tonu anai ngā whakawhetai, ki te wāhingaro, ki tō tātou amatua kahalawa i te rangi ora tonu nei. Moana manakitanga katoa i uhia mai nei ki runga kia tātou. E hui nei i tēnei rā. I runga anō i te kaupapa i whakarau i katia mai nei tātou. Hoi nara hoki, ko te mea nui, ko tai katoa mai nei tātou. Te hanga nei, ko rite e tātātou kaupapa mo te rānei. Ka mihi nui atu rā, kia koutou katoa e te tepu, e te teati, o tina, kia koutou rā, te tarai piunara o tai mai nei koutou ki whakarongolongo, ki ngā pūrongo ka tukuna atu ai ki mua i o koutou aroaro, i te roa ngāke o tēnei rā kia tatu ai, tēnei kaupapa, i runga anō te wairua i timatai. Nā reira, e kala rua kere me pēnei te ki kia koe, nā ura te wero i whakatakoto ti ai, te wero kia ngā puhi i nanahi. Mō ngā kōrero, ka utai nai ki runga i te takapau, nā ura i whari ki ia i ngā kōrero. Nā reira i rote te roanga ko tēnei rā, tēnā pēa ka putai, ue tahi pito kōrero, e hāngai atu ana ki tau āhuatanga i tīmatahia i nanahi. Ka mihi atu rā kia koutou i ngā roia, ngā kai hāpai, ngā kai āwhinai i ngā hunga e tuku atu ana i ngā pūrongo. Nā reire kore koni atu e koni mai i aku mihi kia tātou i tēnei ata, kia horo tātou te tai ki te kiko o te kaupapa kei mua i te araro. O nara hoki mā te atua tātou katoa e tiaki e manaki a ta whai i roto i te roa ngāke o tēnei rā. Mauri tū, mauri oho, mauri tau, mauri ora kia tātou katoa. Toro mai te aroha ki te aupo, karere rā te karanga te pōwhiri. O mai te aroha ki a haunei, matei te matei me wā, matei ngā marae maha, matei te pō, tiki nā tangi ia. Ko papatu anu kue toto nei i te ao i te pō, hui hui ka moi te nara, koutou katoa. Nā reira huri noi tō tātou whare, ka piti hono, ka tātai, te hono tātai, ko te hunga ora, o te hunga mate. Rātou ke rātou kuratangi hia he mai aroha ke rātou. Ka piti hono, ka tātai, te hono tātai, o tātou te hunga ora ki te hunga ora, e pai nei. Tēnā rā tātou katoa i aku whanaunga huri noa, tēnā rā tātou katoa. E tuku nā tuana.
Ko te manako he moi pai. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all had a good rest after a long day yesterday. This morning, I'm going to ask Council just to give a bit of an update first as to how arrangements might be progressing in terms of the rest of the week. Then I'm going to invite Kylie Fletcher from the Waitangi Tribunal Unit just to introduce those who are involved in the takapo whāriki process, just so that people are aware of who they are and just what some of the logistics around that are. And then it'll be time for our first witness. So first of all, Ms. Roughton, do you have any update for us?
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes, last night we received confirmation that Ms. Wahine is unable to move from presenting her evidence from Friday to the Thursday. So I think the position is that Ms. Harawera would like to present on Thursday afternoon, and there is time available on Thursday afternoon to do that. But the remainder of the program would remain the same.
All right, so that would remain with a scheduled finishing time of approximately before 11, and then Poroporo ake and Hakari to follow. Ms. Roughton, is that?
I think so, Ma'am. I think it may be more like 10:30.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Well, if needs be, you can update us further as the week progresses.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. So now I'm going to invite Kylie Fletcher, Manager Research Services for the Waitangi Tribunal Unit, to introduce those who are involved in the takapo whāriki this week, and just to give a bit of a explanation around what the arrangements for that are.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ka nui te mihi aroha kia koutou, ngā mihi kei a koe judge me the panel of Tarapunara. Can I please just invite our Takapau Whāraki team to the front? My name is, as Judge has mentioned, my name is Kylie Fletcher and the manager of the Waitangi Tribunal unit. And I would like to just introduce the team that are behind the scenes facilitating the Takapau Whāraki process, which is a kaupapa around collecting and gathering the voices of our Wahine Māori and their whānau members. And to do this, we've had to bring upon a team of professionals to do that. So with me I have Ripeka Evans and Moana Iruera. Can I just bring you to the front? And they are facilitating the kōrero, and they are our professionals here, inviting and creating an environment to just hear the voices of our wahine Māori and perspectives on whenua, wakapapa, whairawa and rangatiratanga. So here we have our two facilitators here, and their role, we are based at just 2 minutes drive around the corner at 11 Rayburn Street. And my role is actually to, we've had the rain yesterday, so I've been ferrying people in the car to and from the unit. So I'll be a point of contact to bring you to these lovely ladies who will be inviting you and just facilitating a kōrero. Now, with me, I also have Rawari Tapiata, who is our videographer, an experienced videographer. So can I just bring you to the front here, Rawari? And experienced with the process of capturing our kōrero and has been involved with a lot of kaupapa across our country and with the rangatahi. So this is Rawari. And I also have with me Marcella, who is one of our claims coordinators at the Waitangi Tribunal. And Marcella is here. Has a really critical role, and that role is about ensuring that the collection and the process of collecting kōrero is, we're safely collecting that and we have consent and release forms, and that's really to assure confidentiality and secure keeping of your kōrero until we have, as a collective, put some protocols and safeties in place around how that kōrero may be used. There's a lot of whakapapa around this, and that has been, I'd like to just ask that the Claimant Council are able to communicate what that process is, and it has been through our memorandum and directions. But this is the team that we have here today, and thank you very much for your time. Yeah, kia ora koutou, thank you.
May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Rauton. Before I introduce our first witness this morning, just to note that in relation to the presentation of the evidence for Y2382 and Y2377, which is Ms Violet Walker, Mr Bryce Petter-Smith and Ms Rowan York, in the timetable it notes them each having 15 minutes partai time. But they would prefer to take the partai together as a panel. So what that will mean is that instead of Mr Petter-Smith starting his presentation after the break, he would start beforehand, and we'll have all the questions afterwards. Okay. Thank you, Mark. So without further ado, our first witness this morning is Mate Rangatira Lily Porter. Her evidence is in document A16A. However, Ms Porter will just give a short mihi this morning. She is happy for her evidence to be taken as read, and then we'll just be open for some partai and kōrero. Ms Porter has asked, and Mr Hond, Dr Hond has kindly volunteered to translate the pātai to her in Te Reo Māori.
Aye, we've had a discussion and we've agreed at the best way to proceed with that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
But we still want to take this away. Pai. Thank you, Hilda. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Engari, pai. Engari, ko tērā.
Wahine.
Te mai, tēnei. Nei. Otherwise I can't hear you. Ka rono rātou, pai ana. Tēnā no tātou katoa. E mihi ana ki a tātou i tēnei rā. Tuatahi e tautupo ana hau tō tātou kaumātua, nāna nei tātou i mihi tēnei ata. Ko tēnei āhua e hia ana hau ko nā pōroroa te kaumātua, nā mihi, me tautuko noho au i wana mihi. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. E huri ana hau ki te mihi ki te kina ki te tepo me kōrua mena me tūana ki te whakawaha i tēnei ata. Nō reira, huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. E tūana hau i aro i te mana o taku kuia, o kukuia. E tūana no kia hau ki te kōrero no tō tātou kaupapa mo te mana wahine. Nō reira, ka tuku nei hau o ka kōrero i konei mo tēnei wā, huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Waiata hea. Waiata. Waiata i naina.
Utia te rito o te hara keke, kei hea te komako e ko i tu ki a hau. Kei hea te komako e ko e ki mai ki a hau. Hea te mea nui he tangata, he tangata. Hea te mea nui, te mea nui o tēnei ao. Maku e ki atu kia koe he tangata, he tangata.
Nō reira, huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Right.
Ms. Roughton, can I just clarify? Are we going to take all the questions at the end, or is Ms. Porter wanting to receive some questions now?
She's happy to receive questions now. She's not wanting to present her evidence,
Yep.
just for it to be taken as read. So,
Okay.
part-time now.
Tēnā koe te whaia, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, ko tai mai koe kei tēnei hui, kei muia mātou. Ka nui te mihi ki a koe. Tētahi pātai tāku, nā ruakiri whakamāritia. I do just have one question that I wanted to ask you, Whaia, and that's in your evidence, you speak to the different roles
Arahamai.
of...
Whaia is a little deaf. Are we able to just speak a little bit louder?
and ruakiri wo whakamāri.
Kei te pai.
So in your evidence, you speak to the different roles of Tāne and Wahine in Tūhoi. And just what I wanted to ask you about, is that really strict, or is it, as we've heard in other evidence, that there's some flexibility, and particularly where there may be no Tāne around to perform a particular role that they would usually perform, so Wahine will perform it on their behalf. So I'm just wanting to know how strict or how rigid that role differentiation is.
Tēnā koe kui, mā koe whakamaori nei ngā kōrero. Kia kahataku kōrero kia rongo o taringa. Haunga ko te apiti ki te taringa i tēnei wā.
Kia ora.
Ko te ia o te pātai nei, he mahi anō kei te tāne, he mahi anō kei te wahine. Koera ki tō tuinga, ne? He mahi e noho motuhake ana ki te tāne, he mahi anō noho motuhake ki te wahine. Ki roto i a tūhoe me ki, i runga anō i o kōrero. Ko te ia o te pātai, ko tino ū ki tērā, kua noho māro ki tērā wehenga, he wā anō rānei, e ahua wāte ana, te wahine kia mai, etahi o enei mahi kua tohua ma te tāne kawe. I ngā wā kua kore tāne pēr hei kawe i tēnei mahi, e pai ana kia kuhu te wahine ki te kawe e rā mahi?
Tēnā koe mo tēnā pātai. Ko tōku whakatupurana, ko aku kōrero, e mea nahau i e rā wā, ne, he manano tō te wahine, he manano tō te tāne. I e rā wā, ko tērā, tōku whakatupurana, me pēnei taka kōrero pēr, pēnā he karana, ko te wahine te rangatira o tērā wā, ne? Ka huri ki ngā kōrero o te marae, te tū i runei te waiwai, i runei te taumata, no te tāne tērā wā. Māramana, ko tērā te pātai, kia ora.
Tēnā koe kui. E rua aku pātai, te tuatahi ko tō ingoa, ma te rangatira, kāri whakamārama no hea mai tērā ingoa, me te whakaaro mehe mea ka ki atu arā te mahi a te wahine anei te mahi a te tāne, hea i ahua taumahano tērā ingoa ma te rangatira, i utaina atu ki runga i te tamaiti, tērā pēr i tohu atu a tauna wā ka eke ki tētahi momo mahi.
Tōku mōhio i e rā wā, koe rātou rātou āhua ki te tapai nā ino nā tamariki, he wāhana pēr i tērā wā i mate he rangatira, ko tērā te wā ka tapahia tō tamaiti, ka whānau mai, ko tērā taku mōhio.
Ka pai, no reira, he momo maumaharatanga mo te matenga o tētahi rangatira, ko ia i tapaina i ko tērā ingoa ki a koe. Te tuarua o aku pātai, ahua pōuri au i te wā i kōrero mai koe, ko tō tuakana, taina rānei, he wahine nei i ki mai, he wahine rangatira, engari e kaha ki te arataki i ngā mahi, engari kāri i uru ki roto i tērā momo tūranga nā te me he wahine.
Ai,
He
kia ora.
tuakana taina rānei ki a koe?
Ko tērā tō mātou mua,
Mātā mua.
he wahine. Engari iaia te mana, engari nā te mea he wahine aia, kore i whakaihia koe hei rangatira, mo te tū ki te kōrero mo mātai. Nā kunoho tēnā mo te taha o te mana wahine, ne nā te mea he wahine aia, kore i whakaihia ki a tū koe ia hei rangatira mo mātai, engari koe ia te rangatira tūturu. E mōhio ana mātai tērā.
Ko te io o tērā pātai, mōhio ana tātou i nāi. Koe rapea te wā o mua.
O mua.
I nāiene kua kite atu i ngā wahine e whakaki ana i ngā tūranga, whakahaere i te iwi, whakahaere i ngā kaupapa, ki o whakaro kua pai ake tātou i runga i tērā āhuatanga. Kua hea o whakaro o nāiene, i o kitahanga o nāiene.
No taku haere nei te kura, nā te mea he tūturu te reo tō mātou pānau. No taku haere nei te kura ka kite au ka huri. No reira ka tīmata te huri o nā tikana. Ka riro ko nā wahine e tahi wā tuku nei ta mahita kia tū ki te kōrero. Nā koe rā taku kite nei te āhua i te huritana ko nā wahine ki te kōrero.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Mrs. Porter. I was interested in what you were saying in your paragraph 12 about women rangatira who were captured and became slaves and how they eventually married chiefs. And I was just wondering whether you could give us some examples of women who went through that experience.
Tēnā koe koe. Ko te io tērā pātai, kei roto i tō tuhinga, kei te kōwae te kaumārua, i tuhi koe i etahi kōrero mō ngā wahine, ka mau ki roto i te pakanga pea, ka mau ana ka noho hei taureka pea, engari ka moe rangatira. Ana i te pirangi a Robin ki a rongo pea, i etahi tauira kua mōhio koe ki etahi wahine i pērā, i eke mai te taureka-tanga nei o tērā wā ka piki ki runga i te moenga o ngā rangatira?
Ko taku kui e tētahi.
Ko waita nei ngā?
Ko mate rangatira. Nānau i ata whai. Nā te mea koi ana ke te toenga i roto i tō mātou whānau te whakatūtana o tō mātou marae. Koi ana ke mōhio nei nā tika no te marae. Ki te whakatū te marae me nā taonga o roto. Koi i mōhio ki nā tikana. Ko tērā ta wai ki te au.
Ka pai kia haria mai te ingoa tō kuia i roto i a koe anō. Pai.
Thank you. And is it that being captured and enslaved, is that a diminishment of mana, and then it's revived, or does the mana remain and as time passes, people begin to recognise that mana is still there? Have you got a comment on that?
Ko te io tērā pātai, ko tērā mea te mana i te wā ka mau, i roto i muri mai te pakangana, he taureka, ka ki atu, ka heke te mana, ka noho tonu rānei tērā mana, engari kua herea i roto i ngā tikanga, ana ka tahi ka kite apea tērā mana i ngā tau pai muri, ko ia i piki anō ki te taumata, he whakaaro o ki tērā?
Te manga o te tangata, ka mautunu kia a koe, tērā mana. Te wā pē narona tō mana, māu anō e whakangaro i o mahi. Enari, kore ngaro tō manga pēnā he mana tōhu, kore ngaro, kore riro i etahi atu. Kei a koe tō mana, purihia tō mana. Enari, pēnā ka he koe, taku mōhio ka heke tō mana. Nō re, kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koe whaia. Just to add to the question that Robin just asked you, yesterday we had some kōrero from one of the witnesses about the mana of women who were captured and became slaves. And the suggestion was that sometimes these women were captured and taken because they were women of mana. Do you have a comment about that?
Ina nahi puta i etahi o ngā kai kōrero, tētahi o ngā kai kōrero, mō ngā wahine, he mehi he wahine whakarau, ne, kua mau te hoariri, ko tētahi o ngā whakamārama i mau enei wahine, i runga i te mea he wahine. I te pirangi, te hoariri ki e rā wahine, hei wahine marata. Tērā he whakaro o ki tērā mea i haere ki te kimi, i te rau reka reka, hei wahine mā te haukainga, mā ene iwi. Muri te paka.
Kore au te tino mārama ki tērā pātai. Tēnā, kore au mai ruru?
Hapai. I muri mai te pakanga, ka maupea e tahi wahine hei tau reka reka, ne? Ka noho hei ware i muri i te pakanga. I kapohia rātou i runga i te mea he wahine, koera ke te take i mau enei hei tau reka reka, i runga i te mea he wahine, i te pirangi, te hoariri ki e rā wahine marata.
Confusing.
Me kaue utu, kare mōhio.
Kei te pai.
Te ora.
Kei te pai.
Tēnā koe te whaia, ngā mihi ki a koe, he a tāhua tō kōrero. He pātai tāku i roto i te reo Pākehā. You've lived in the north for many, many, many years. What does it mean for you as a woman of Tūhoi to come to the north? Do you now practice tikanga from Ahipara, or do you continue to practice your tikanga as a wahine Māori from Tūhoi?
Ko te pātai, e hia nei ngā tau, e noho nei koe ki Ahipara, e kaue tonu ana koe ngā tikanga o Tūhoi, e whai rā nei ngā tikanga o roto o Ahipara me ona pāranga.
Kia ora mo tēnā pātai, ko ono te kautau au e nohana i roto o te rarawa. Nā te mea no Tūhoi ahau, ka haere taku reo, enari me te tautaku anō i te taitoke rau me o rātau tikana. Ko tērā te ahua Tūhoi, enari ka haere tonu au ko tōku aki reo. Enari ka tautaku i tō rātau reo i te waiako nau nā tamariki. He hate tau ana pātai?
Ko te pātai mehe ka ūtonu koe ki ngā tikanga o te waimana, o Tūhoi, ka whai rā nei i a te raroa.
Ka haere tonu e rua. Ko te mea kei heo koe, ko tērā te tikana. Ka hoki au ki te kāina, aroha mai, ka kōrero hi au e rātau he nāpuhi, enari kei au tonu o ku tikana. Kia ora.
I just had one final question for you, Whaia, and I want to refer you to paragraph 14 of your brief of evidence. And at the bottom of that paragraph, you refer to different types of wahine and the roles that they will play. You say, usually tāne will accept them and the roles that they play if they know the wahine are acting in accordance with tikanga for the best interests of the people. And then you say, but they would not support you if they thought your kaupapa was for your personal benefit. My question is, what would be the consequences for those wahine if their conduct was not thought to be in accordance with tikanga?
Ko te hio te rā pātai e kui, kei te upoko, kei te kōwai nei, te kaumawha, he mahi anō kei te wahine, ne? He mahi anō tā te wahine i roto i te iwi. Ka tautokona e ngā tāne, mehe mea ka mahi te rā wahine i e rā mahi mo te iwi, engari kāre tautokona mehe mea ka mahi a mōna ake, te take, mehe mea pirangi ana pēr whakamana i ai anō, e ara i te mea mo te iwi te take, ko te io te pātai, mehe mea kāre pēra ka whakaaro te wahine mōna anake, te hua, he hano te karawhiu pēr o te iwi o ngā tāne i aia. He ngā hua ka puta mehe mea ka pēra, ka whakaaro mōna anake, e ara i te mea ka whakaaro mo te iwi.
He tikana tērā mo te tūranga tērā. Ne pēnā e tū ana koe mō te take, hore kau he tautoko. Engari e tū ana koe mo te iwi, ka tautoko hea nā tāne, tō kaupapa.
He hanga whiunga ki runga i te wahine pērā ana, e whakaaro mōna ake.
Ka mēna tiki anoko.
E no.
Kia ora.
Ko uti nā pātai, e Whaia, kia ora mō tō mō o whakaaro, kia mātou i te ata nei. Kia ora.
E mihi anō ana hoki ki taku iwi ki te hiku o te ika, nā rātau manaki, te wainohana wainunui a rātau. Nō reira, e mihi ana kia tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Karango i o punei. Ka tupe te mihi? No. Oti.
Thank you,
Steve. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour, and may it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Chan, and the next witness to present her evidence is Ms Jessica Williams, speaking for the Y2838 claim, a claim by herself, Michael Williams, their whānau, and the Wahine of Ngāi Tupango and Māori Wahine victims of family violence. She'll be speaking from her speaking notes. That's in A61B on the record of inquiry. Her brief of evidence is in A61.
Tuatahi māku e tautoko ana I ngā mihi kua mihia, ngā kupu kua whariki hia I mui au. Tēnei te mihi atu ki ngā wahine I tū kaha, I tū maia, I tū rangatira ina nahira, me tō tātou nei nēni I tū I mui au. He rangatahi, he kōtiro noiho tēnei, e tū ake nei ki te mihi atu ki ngā wahine, ngā mārei kura, ngā kuia, e kawe nei I tēnei haipapa nui o tātou. Ara, te whakamana I te wahine no reira, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Ki te haukainga, mihi ana ki a koutou. Nā koutou anō ngā kuaha e hakatūwhira mai, whakatau mai a tātou I tēnei ata. Rātou te hunga mate, kua haere ki tua o te arae. Tātou te hunga ora no reira, tēnā tātou, tēnā no tātou katoa. Tēnei au, he uri no rātou, kua haere ki tua o te arae. He morehu, he tapu ai, he whakapapa, he toto. Ko whakarāra te maunga, ko wairere, ko waiwhaonga awa, ko kiripaka te whenua, ko te ngaire te marae, ko mā tātua puhi te waka, ko Ngāi Tupango te hapu, ko ngā pui te iwi, ko Jessica Hazel Ann Williams, tōku nei ingoa. I am a descendant of Ngāi Tupango hapu of Te Ngaire Whangaroa. I whakapapa to Ngāi Tupango on my father's side. I also whakapapa to the many hapu of Whangaroa through both my father, Michael Williams, and my mother, Lorraine Broughton, and my grandparents. I left high school soon after I started learning at the marae at Wahine Waititi, and I enrolled on a course about maurako and tikanga Māori, which I loved. I was taught by a wahine, Te Mahuru, from Te Wharetutau o Aotearoa. I told my nana Hiria all about it. I asked her for permission to learn. It was not common for wahine to maurako. She gave me her blessing, and this meant a lot to me. I would not have continued if she had said no. We pushed each other, and it did not matter who you were. Everyone was treated the same. As part of our wānanga on defence, we would learn about the characteristics of atua as an exponent of maurako. They were expressed through your waiwai, your ahai, and your whawhai. You learned about being tika when entering into these atua's domains. Balance was an essential part of maurako. If you learned how to hurt, you must also learn how to heal. And this really interested me. There was a great respect for tāngaingai, or balance. I learned about mamai and how to heal through rongoa Māori, mirimiri and takutaku. I loved everything about rongoa Māori. You can bring someone to their knees by applying enough pressure on the right haimata or pressure point, or you could bring someone to their knees by striking them. In maurako, we call upon the atua, God of man and war, to mataunga, to guide us in battle. However, not many people know of Henekaira, the goddess of war. Henekaira is his balance. She could destroy her opponent with her beauty and could get close enough to strike. I always visualised the characteristics of Henekaira and it helped me to differentiate hei whakawahine I taku tū. We would wānanga about the atua wahine and atua tāne that influenced this art. Rongo mamau was the art of disarming weapons, taiaha, patu, etc., and the hand-to-hand combat of grappling. Traditionally, wahine would train at night, out of sight, and tāne would train out in the open during the day. This was to keep the element of surprise, like the atua hene keira. We also focused on hene akaaka, the atua of vines. She is the balance to tāwhiri mātia. You could see her characteristics in the moves used for disarming or grappling with arms or legs. Many moves were based around te whare tangata, the house of humanity. I remember my parents bringing my nana Hiria to my grading for Paurima, held in the far north. She could not believe what she was seeing. She had a smile from cheek to cheek, and her tears rolled down her eyes. She stayed the whole day and she was really proud. I descend from great warriors. I whakapapa to hongi hika through both of my parents. My nanny's whānau held mana whenua over Penia, where hongi's mother's whenua, and where hongi spent his last days. This land was eventually taken from my whānau and sold off by the council. Hongi hika was the son of Tuhikura and Te Hōtiti. I descend from Tuhikura through my mother's line, and I descend from Te Hōtiti through my father's line. Tuhikura's mother was Tangairu. She was a woman of spirit and held great mana through her whakapapa. Her husband was Te Tahapango, a great chief and warrior. His name was feared amongst the kāinga of the great Ngāpui. Their son became a grave, honourable and handsome lad. Their daughter was tall and straight as a young Nico, and her mother's flashing eyes, and even more than the hybrid grace of Tangairu. Te Tahapango collected heads or mokomokai of those he had defeated. He returned and mounted one upon a pole. Tangairu was not told who it belonged to. He amused himself by insulting it. One day, when Te Tahapango was away from home, Tangairu was visited by her whanaunga. She took him into her kāinga, and in shock, he tells Tangairu that this is the head of Punaharakeke, her brother. Her marriage shattered in one blow. The duty of avenging her brother's blood and insults befell upon her. When Te Tahapango returned, he was met as usual. At the first opportunity, Tangairu suggested that a distant and powerful branch of her family had not been visited for a long time, and that he should go and see them. While he was away, she and their daughter would travel to the kāinga of a relative. He gave them his blessing. Making straight for the kāinga of the powerful kinsman, whose duty it was to avenge the wrongs, as well as to uphold the honour of her family, Tangairu told her tale. She told it in words that fired the heart of the listener. Here indeed was a warrior worthy of one of the greatest chiefs of Ngāpui, for when not engaged in deadly strife with neighbouring tribes, the great chiefs engaged in deadly strife worked off their family feuds by bloody encounters. Revenge was not the only sentiment which at that moment filled the heart of the warrior, for turning to the girl he asked, "And what says the daughter of Tangairu?" Just one moment. She whose beauty is as the dawn, as the stars shining in the midnight sky. She replied, "The avenger of her mother shall be loved and served by the daughter of Tangairu all the days of her life," answered the maiden, Tuhikura. The warrior filled his duty. When he returned to his kāinga, he bore in triumph the heads of Te Tahapango and his handsome son. Punaharakeke was avenged, and the honour of Tangairu retrieved. Her beautiful daughter fulfilled the contract that she had made with her kinsman, and in course of time became the mother of Hongi Hika. While carrying Hongi in her womb, Tuhikura impressed upon him the duty to avenge the death of her father, Te Tahapango. Hongi's grandfather Hongi later fully accomplished what his mother had expected of him. My tupuna krani, my great-great-grandmother, was Miriana Hari Hongi. She was the daughter of Poihakina Hongi, who later changed his name to Hari Hongi Tuarua after the death of his brother. She was also the daughter of Pieti Aramata. Miriana Hari Hongi was a granddaughter of Hongi Hika. She married my tupuna krani Paurikira of Te Ngaire, son of Kira, also known as Kingi Horikira. Paurikira passed away in 1920. Ka aroha ki a krani Miriana. Of her 12 children, only 1 son and 3 daughters survived her. No mother should ever have to bury their tamariki. She was recorded as being 103 years old when she passed away, and she had many descendants. Krani Miriana and Nana Papaura and others fought hard for our whenua, which had been alienated from us. In late 1921, Miriana Paura petitioned Parliament seeking the annulment of the purchase of Matauri 2A and 2C. My krani Miriana was a wahine of great mana. She continued to fight for our whenua after the passing of her husband and was supported by her tamariki. Krani Miriana and Nana Papaura had many children, one being my great-grandfather, Wiramu Paura. Krani Wiramu Paura married Krani Raina Rifi, and she became Raina Wiramu Paura. She was a wahine of great mana. Raina Wiramu Paura was a direct descendant of Rahiri. She passed away at Te Ngaire in 1951 at the age of 84. She belonged to Ngai Tupango Hapu of Ngāpui and was born in Te Ngaire and lived there all her life. She was noted as the oldest Māori resident of Whangaroa County at the time of her passing. She also fought for our whenua. Krani Raina was concerned about the damage to the kauri and the ngāhere and also the damage to our awa from timber floating. She complained on behalf of Matauri Māori to the Māori Member of Parliament of the time, Te Rangihiro. The passion for politics transcended through the generations. My krani Raina was very spiritual. She followed tohu from times of old, and Nanapa Wiramu Paura passed in 1939, aged 66 years. Krani Raina lived with my Nanapa Kira and my Nana Hiria and their tamariki in the old homestead in Te Ngaire. It still stands today. The homestead also doubled as a marae for hui and hui mate before the current marae at Kiripaka. My nanny was at my birth and cried when I was born. She guided my mother through motherhood, and she taught her how to miri me with oil after each bath, using coconut oil to stretch my limbs. My nanny loved doing this. She would wrap me up tight to stop my hands from scratching my face, and my nanny would growl at my mother if she didn't do it properly. The problem for my mother back then was that the Plunkett nurse insisted that I should sleep on my back. My nanny's method was tight on the side and changed throughout the night. My nanny was always gathering food. It was her way of feeding her whānau, even when she did not have much money. She would fish, grow gardens, pick and preserve fruit and bake. She lost a breast at a very young age from being hit. Hence, she was very protective of her daughters. One of my memories of my nanny was her excitement when my mother told her that I had received my first awa atua. She started to weep, hugging me and kissing me. I did not really understand why she was happy when I was feeling so miserable. This was inconsistent with what I was being taught at school. I now understand it was not a hindrance. It was a time to enjoy being a female and knowing about carrying the next generation. He wahine aho. She then told any other auntie nearby that she was proud. And this experience imprinted on me that menstruation was a very special thing. Komite.
He pātai?
Tēnā koe te Wahine. I've got just two questions that I'd just like to talk with you about. The first is, in your brief of evidence, you talk about for every atua tāne, there's an atua wahine. And I just wanted to get your perspective on the significance of that. And also if you can talk a bit about your understanding of how that may have influenced the behaviours that are expected of both wahine and tāne.
Kia ora whaia. So yes, so that was part of the wānanga. I feel that our atua tāne are well documented. You could probably rattle off their 70 names without having to think too much. But our atua wahine was something that we had to research and had to look for. The stories lay in Waiata, they lay in Mōtiatia, they lay in reference in karakia and takutaku, so it was a little bit more difficult. But when you found them, you could see that it was just similar to I suppose that yin-yang thing. You know, you have the ferociousness of tāwhiri, and yet the gentleness of hiniakaaka. I mean, over a period of time, that vine just slowly grows and creeps around the rākau till eventually it's all the way at the top. Didn't really notice that that's what it was doing. But tāwhiri mātia, just like yesterday, was smashing, telling us, I am here and I'm going to get you. So, yeah, they balanced each other, and one could not exist without the other.
And do you think that's translated into the lives of people and what behaviours wahine and tāne expect of each other?
Yes, I do. So in taking this kaupapa on board, I really had to reflect on myself. Te tū o te wahine. And it wasn't about, for me, it's not about being just like our tāne. It's about finding who you are as a wahine and actually embracing te tū o te wahine. Don't have to be so loud, don't have to be so out there. Just like hine kaira, you can have just as much impact from being quiet, from being gentle, from having beauty. Just as much impact as our atua tāne. So I look at it in a sense that we balance each other. And it hasn't been that way for me for a long time. To see that te mano o te tāne is embraced and te mano o te wahine is embraced, and there's no try to put one above the other. Without one, you don't have the other. So I think it's about peeling back, and it's not feminism trying to fight for a cause that we never had. It's about remembering how we used to be. And we may not have that physical memory in the sense that we've experienced it, but the experience lies in our haimata, in our pressure points, and in our DNA. So we are intergenerational, and we carry those memories, even though I wasn't around in the time of my tupuna. I took you to the 1600s, like I was there, because it's in my DNA.
Kia ora. Just one more thing I was just looking for your perspectives on, is during the course of these tuapapa hearings, we've heard quite a lot of different views about how mana is acquired and how it is diminished or lost. And so if we can go back to that time that you took us to the time of your tepuna, what's your understanding of how mana was gained or lost in those times?
Oh, te hohunu hoki o tērā whātai. So for me, I'm hoping I took you on a journey of mana whakapapa, because, like I said, my mana comes from my tupuna. And in remembering their whawhai and remembering their battle, remembering their heartache and anguish, I'm also, I feel, carrying their mana on my shoulders. Their mana, their mamai, their love, their hate, their hurt. So in terms of the diminishment of mana, no one can take that away from me. Kai roto I taku whakapapa. It's up to me what I'm going to do with it. So if I decide one day that, this pathway's not for me and that will never happen, then that's me diminishing my own mana, because I already have it. So for me, I look at wahine Māori and I think, he mana tō te wahine, just trying to help them remember. And it might be through that miri of that pressure point to release that mamai and that anguish that they didn't know that they had, that they carried for generations. It might be something as simple as that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
Tēnā koe, me te mihi ki a koe i te rangatira o kōrero, e me ona takotoranga. I was interested in your experience with Te Whare Tū Taua and the prominence, obviously, of within your kōrero about how moving that experience has been. And in your other brief, you talk about turi kātuku, and because a lot of other evidence tends to point that the role of men is to protect women, and in actual fact, the kōrero you're presenting is actually wahine, not waiting around for that to happen, but in actual standing up, and the finding the balance within that. So I wonder whether you can talk about that, because you also touched on turi kātuku's ability in terms of he matakite, he kite. So we're talking about some really quite in-depth skills and experiences that wahine leadership provided.
Yeah, absolutely. E mihi ana ki a koe. How I was taught is, as wahine and as mama, as mothers, if you have your child in front of you and neighbouring hapu's having a bit of a grievance and is going to come over and is going to come and attack your hapu, your people, you're not exactly going to stand there and watch your people get hurt. You're going to do everything in your power to prepare yourself and to protect your tamariki, your uri. We go into, I think we still do it today, ladies, we go into that, or do anything to protect our babies. So the thought of, me pēnei te wahine, me pēnei te tāne, it doesn't fit with my being, in the sense that if there's a rākau there and I've learned how to use it, I'm going to pick it up because I'm going to defend my baby. And I feel that if we just go back into a little bit of common sense around it, sometimes we overthink things, and the thought of, the role of the tāne and the role of the wahine, and things get overthought, when in survival you will do whatever you need to do to survive. And if that means protecting your next generation, you will pick up that weapon and you will use it to the best of your abilities, because that's what you'll do. So in the sense of Te Whare Tū Taua, it was exciting to be around wahine who thought the same. We all had the same whakaaro. It wasn't about trying to look like our male counterparts. No, it was trying to look like really awesome wahine. And so we really pushed each other to do what we were trying to reteach ourselves. Our tinana naturally went into positions. We're like, we must have did this. Okay, we did this too. So that journey of my life I absolutely loved. We took it overseas. We spoke to other Indigenous arts. Same sort of whakaaro. By the end of the conference, you're all crying, because you'll remember, everybody is about it. Our Hawaiian families, they nearly lost their art, so they hid it in their hula. They hid it in their kanikani. And you see when they go down and those ladies, their legs are all the way down, you know that strength is the same strength that you're going to be battling against should you get on the wrong side of them. So I think we got clever as wahine. We got clever, we hid things. But yeah, for me it's about trying to bring that back to the forefront and remember. Koia.
Amen.
My question leads off from Ruakiri's question, and in paragraph 5 of your speaking notes, you're talking there about the moves and the characteristics of those movements. And I guess my question is just around the last sentence there. Many moves were based around te whare tangata. And I guess it's this juxtaposition of protection and attack. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So that made us a little bit different to our Tāne counterparts. So we had to practice protecting the whare tangata. The moves would keep yourself low, keep that area covered, so that if you're in battle, that area was a sacred area anyway, but you were taught to protect it. So even the shape that your tinana makes was in reference, a lot of reference to like the whare that was sitting in here. And so you learnt every part of your body had a role to play, and that different parts of your body you protected in different ways. So I think that gave us the difference on our Tāne counterparts. A lot of the wahine moves are from the hips down. A lot of the Tāne moves are from the hips up. And you can just think about that. That's where a lot of their strength is all up here. But if women are the bearers of the next generation, then we've got a bit of strength in our hips too. So we're going to be using them as well. So yeah, it's just different. Like I said, it's not about trying to make us the same. It's about acknowledging there's a difference and emphasising that difference. And that came out in our whawhai.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Williams. Thank you for the story about your nana, seeing you perform your skills for the first time. That was very touching. I've read some contemporary accounts of Hongi's wives, in fact, and one of the things that was said at the time was that they brought extensive land rights to Hongi. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, well, I'm not surprised. I went through my tupuna wahine, and like all of them are wahine of mana. So even right up to my grandparents' generation, there was the joining of the wahine and the Tāne, and the whenua that they brought together was vast. So I do think that was something that probably attracted my tupuna to each other. Not only was the mana whakapapa, but through that whakapapa, the mana whenua as well. I hope that answers your question.
So when people say that she brought land rights to Hongi, what does that actually mean?
I know that my whanaunga after me will probably delve into this. I think he'll be able to cover this quite easily. But I don't want to look at it as, it was just all the wahine that had that mana, because Hongi comes from a line of rangatiratanga. I told the story of his grandmother and her mana, and then his mother and her mana, down to Hongi before we got to Hongi and his wife. So I'm not I don't want to look at it as one had more mana than the other. You just need to know the whakapapa of both of those lineages to know that, wow, it was a pretty powerful reunion when they got together, in the sense that both lines are so strong.
All right, thank you very much. Those
Kia
are all
ora.
my questions.
Tēnā koe. Thank you. Really enjoyed your paper.
Thank you.
Your brief, and there are just some rich examples in there that I think flesh out the idea of, what does balance mean across male and female elements, and how that actually worked. And, you brought that to us through the example of Maurako. So I've just got a few questions then around you mentioned in response to another question that, you had to do a lot of research to find the atua wahine.
Yeah.
Which suggests to me that the teaching at that time emphasised atua tāne, and that it was the presence of the women then that you searched for.
Yeah.
The atua wahine in your wānanga?
Yeah. I'd like to mihi atu to, so I call her Tat Mahuru in my briefing. Tat is her nickname. Tanya Mahuru Stanley is her full name. So I stumbled across Tanya because I left Kura because I did not like school. And it was hard for my mother to get me to school. So I just left. And there was Tat. She was just like this beacon calling me. Mm-hmm. At the time, she was Paurima. She held the highest ranking in Te Whare Tau o Aotearoa. Underneath her, the closest woman to her level would have been at Pautoru. So if I take you through the Pau, yes, Pau Tahi to Pau Waru being like the likes of Papa Peter Sharples, his son Paura Sharples, Hemi Titan, there's quite a few now, and Tat is a Pau Waru in it herself. So through Tat and through her journey, we started to gather all the wahine who were interested in rako, and we looked at, how can we differentiate our stand. A lot of our wahine had babies. Why do we need to be jumping around like the men? We've just had babies. We want to be just keeping that place just, intact. So we actually changed a lot of the moves. The move where you put a rako in your mouth, we're not putting our rako in our mouth, we don't need to. We just adapted and changed them. And with that experience came the research around atua wahine. It's like, okay, we're like this, atua wahine are like this. Maybe there's just this whole chunk of learning that is kind of missing in this picture. So I'd also like to acknowledge the likes of Jason Pahi and his brother Timoti Pahi. They did a lot of research for Te Whare Tau o Aotearoa, looking specifically around atua wahine. So, and they brought that kōrero back to the wānanga up here with the likes of Manu Korewha, Hemi Titan, Kipa Munro and others. We would have kōwhau, te wānanga, kōhau tūtaua wānanga, where our wahine would come and have kōrero as well. So it was a journey to get what we've achieved so far. I know that there's a long way to go, but what it did is it exposed the fact that there is this pool of knowledge, there is this body of mātauranga that needs to be explored more. So yeah, just want to acknowledge all those nā rātou anō te huarahi e para.
Thank you, and I'll just kind of follow that question up, because the two atua wahine you refer to, Hine Keira and Hine Akaaka, one of them represents the vines in the ngahere, and you use that just the way you present the movement of the vine, which suggests then, in both those atua wahine a sort of what I would call fluidity, the ability to kind of move in like water, like a vine, like wind. And I'm just wondering to what extent the role of atua wahine in Maurako kind of defines specific moves that you would use, that also the men would use?
I would agree with that. There's definitely ahe that women favour over others, and even to your stance, the sound that we would put out is not so harsh. I was just about to do it, and then I've got a mic. Not so harsh as the men would be. You'd hear women, and you're thinking that there's birds, and it was, but it worked for us, and in the beauty of it all, it kind of you're captivated by it, and you haven't really realised that the lady is just by your neck. So it's more subtle than the men. The men were a little bit more out there, and the same for our atua wahine, like Hiniakaka. You never notice, but she's taken all that time and has grown and grown and grown. So eventually she's strangled you with her vines. Yeah.
And just to follow up then, the role of strategy and thinking strategically in Maurako particularly, but in life generally, how are the women taught to think strategically? Because there are stories about the role of women in strategy in war. So is that a part of your wānanga?
Yeah, I just think it's a natural part of the female psyche as well. I mean, yeah, try not to kind of analyse it to the point where you've dissected it. It's just our natural being. As a wahine, as a mama, you're doing 5 things at once because you've got your tamariki who are waiting for dinner and you've got all of these other things. You haven't realised you've just completed 5 things at once because it's just natural. And I'm constantly trying to, with my tāne, to get them to focus on one thing. It's hard enough, And I'm not trying to whakawahine iaia too, because that just ends up in a pahu. So I think we just need to acknowledge our differences. Acknowledgement first, and then we're going to learn to work together with them instead of trying to oppress one to make one like the other, because it doesn't work. Yeah.
Thank you. The thought that occurred to me just as Dr. Smith was asking that question was, wahine are not necessarily going to be able to overwhelm with their strength.
Yeah.
So there's a necessity to be
Sharp.
Strategic. You'd agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not going to, if you confront a tāne strength to strength, well, you're going to come off second best, unless, of course, you're a bodybuilder or something like that. So you're going to have to work around that strength. So strength to brain, strength to wit, strength to whatever it is that gives you that upper hand. Might even be like a flash of the eye, or might even be those melodic tones in the wahine's reo that gets them just close enough, but not too close.
Kia ora, kua muti ngā pātai. Nā mihi ki a koe mō whakaro kia mātou I tēnei ata. Kia ora.
Hei whakakapi I taku nei kōrero, he waiata, kia waiata here ki te Māria. This waiata I wrote for our tupuna koiwi, which were found 2019, he Wahine. She was a female. Instead of calling her koiwi, we gave her a name. And we're also telling her story. So, e mihi ana kia hene I kohuri. Tā kōtone e hinei, tā kōtone e hinei kohuri, I raro I te rā kautapu, te ara orifie. Tangi atu rā e hinei, tangi atu rā e te whai atu puna. Nā wai kai torohi, nā wai he, nā te kauni hera kore tikanga e. Haere atu rā e hinei, haere atu rā e hine, hoki atu ki o mātu atu puna, ma te mana o ngai tupango koe tiaki e. Kia ora whanau.
Your Honour, the next person to present is Ms Violet Walker. She's going to be presenting evidence for the 2382 claim and also the 2377 claim. The 2382 being a claim for herself and behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge and members and descendants of Te Tahawai and Ngāti Uru. The 2377 claim is a claim by Bryce Peter Smith, Russell Owen Smith and Stephen Mark Renata on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge and members of Ngāti Pākehī. Ms Walker will be referring to document A66, that is her brief of evidence. She of course will be presenting her evidence in summary form from her speaking notes in A66B in the record of inquiry. I will also note that Ms Walker filed updated slides which are with the registrar in hard copy, so that's available as well.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. E tūana hau ki te tautoko te kōrero and te kaupapa o tēnei wiki, te mana o te wahine. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. May it please the tribunal. My name is Violet Eva Walker, and I am the named claimant for Y2382 and my partner Bryce Smith is one of the named claimants for Y2377 claim. I was born in Kaitaia Hospital on an evening that we experienced an eclipse in Aotearoa in 1965. My mum wanted to name me Calypso, but my nanny said no. We will name her Violet after her sister. Are we not playing the slide? Sorry. I thought they were going to come up here. Aroha mai, I thought our slides were going to come up on the screen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So here on the left you have my nanny, Kathleen Baker. Her name was Dolly. And my namesake is my nanny's sister, Violet Hawkeye. Two beautiful wahine. So the two most prominent women in my life were my mum and my nanny. So on the next slide there is my mum, Mildred Jane Baker. My nanny was my maternal grandmother. Both women worked extremely hard during their lifetime. My nanny raised a baker's dozen, 13 children, which as tamariki mokopuna we found funny because her married name was Baker. And my beautiful mama raised 6 wonderful, motivated, independent, handsome children. The next slide is, this is my nanny with my granddad, George Baker. So my nanny was only about 5 foot nothing, and my granddad was quite a tall man. A tribe's ability to manaaki is quite often determines their mana. It involves concepts and the mindset of looking after everyone. This extended to the Europeans during battle. I was told that our wahine fed the defeated Europeans as they collected their fallen peers who were killed in battle. There are not many stories of Europeans killing wahine. After all, wahine kept them fed. Mana was displayed in the hosting of visitors. Preparing a sizable banquet showed the visiting tribes how much mana the hosting tribe possessed. The contributions of wahine Māori was essential for this display. If the hospitality was good and the visitors were well fed, that showed great mana. Wahine Māori in Ngāti Pakahi spoke on the paipai. And slide 4. This is my mother-in-law, Doreen May Renata. And after my speaking, we have Bryce, who is Doreen's son, that will be elaborating more in his kōrero today around what he has learnt from his mother. There is another reason why we have Bryce speaking in the mana wahine kōrero. It's because he has a lot of time and kōrero about the experiences he had with his mana wahine, his tūpuna. And there is a reason why he is in the middle of the speaking between myself and Auntie Robin, and that is to keep him safe. And maybe tweak him a bit with the stick. So they were fluent, fluid, adept, and they got down to business. Wahine were more efficient as they did not exhibit the flamboyance and the power plays of men. Wahine did not partake in the men's nonsense of bollock swinging, or having the final say, or speaking the loudest, especially in Ngāti Uru. So slide 5. Slide 5 is Nuki's mum, who is Rawinia Toitoi. The men paid attention when Wahine spoke on the pai. The Wahine speakers, oh, is that still going? Sorry. The Wahine speakers got to the point quickly and succinctly. No beating around the bush. And slide 6. This is the matriarch of Ngāti Pakahi, Whaia Peti Rudolph King. I think the men would sit up straight if she was in the whare. They are there to get resolution, a decision, or a plan to move forward on. They did not have the luxury of time to watch and listen to a dozen or so men measuring each other up. They had other things to fulfill their day. A conceivable and compelling argument that there was no chain of command as a figure of speech between Wahine and Tāne rests possibly in our language, in our te reo Māori, as both the personal pronouns ia and the possessive personal pronouns tana, tōna are gender neutral. Possessive pronouns show that something belongs to someone. Examples of possessive pronouns are my, our, your, his, her, its, and their. The same can be said of our kupu kaumātua. Ko meaning without, matua meaning parents, so which is also gender neutral. Wahine Māori were warriors that fought alongside the men. One example of a formidable wahine was Hongi Hika's wife, Turikātuku. I am told she was a warrior. She went into battle with Hongi. She was a fierce battlefield strategist. Her knowledge about the Europeans' war tactics was deadly effective in battle. She also happened to be blind. It is said that Hongi Hika would return to her at night and weep to her about what he had seen and done in battle. It is my view that the influence of the Western colonial beliefs on mana wahine was such that mana wahine began to mimic and adopt Western lifestyles so as to fit in with and be accepted by their Pākehā Westerners. The Westerners, or colonisers, actively undermine Māori values and belief systems such that the roles of Māori men and women changed from one of equality to one of defined roles and responsibility, one of ownership and possession. Do as I say, not as I do, was the male Western world view, not a view shared in our culture. Wahine had the ability to create life, ira tangata, thereby connecting past, present, and future, meaning life is a continuum, intertwined. The past informs the present and the future, which makes wahine in their role as whare tangata, even today, extraordinary. Tohunga wahine were present at the birthing. They prepared and administered rongo to ease the pain, and they recited whakapapa and oriori, lullabies, throughout the birthing process to relax the mother and welcome the newborn into the world. There was tapu from childbirth. All birthing material from childbirth was collected in a basket to be buried in Papatuanuku. Childbirth is a very tapu time. The umbilical cord was tied with a vine or harakeke, and a mussel shell was often used to sever the umbilical cord. The child begins learning and practicing tikanga from their first breath. It is at that time when tikanga begins to apply to the life of the child. Did you know a female baby is born with all the egg cells that she will ever have? No new egg cells will ever be made in her lifetime. This is estimated to be around 2 million, but by the time girl reaches puberty, this number has decreased to around 400,000 eggs stored in her ovaries. I found this out while attending an Indigenous conference, genomic conference, in Arizona in 2017. I was really excited hearing that. I remember calling home to Nuki and giving him that information, and he replied, "Ai, mareka. It all makes sense now, the kōrero of my tupuna whaia," and he laughed. When I returned home, I asked Nuki, what did he mean about the kōrero from his tupuna whaia? He said when he was a young child, his grandmother would point to her puku and say, "I haere mai koe I konei," and laugh softly. Nuki had always pondered on those words, and in his final years, and when I had called him with that news, he explained how he thought it quite possible that he was a tiny egg in his mother's womb while she was growing inside his grandmother's womb. While she was growing inside his grandmother's womb. An example of Māori woman practicing tapu and no concepts is through the delivery of karanga. Karanga is a specialised art form performed mainly by women. It is the realm which the spiritual meets reality. The channel or passage is through the Wahine. Ferris of 2004 likens the sound of the karanga to the sound of a woman giving birth. This is my belief also. The karanga is the first voice heard in a pōwhiri. The purpose of the karanga is to weave a spiritual link allowing safe passage for the manuhiri to enter into te marae nui atia or tūmatoanga, which is the courtyard in front of the whare tupuna. The final stage of the pōwhiri, when the tapu of the pōwhiri is removed, is by sharing kai. The tangata whenua and the manuhiri are now noa. Our history gives multiple models of mana wahine. A few examples are the exploits of Maui Tiki Tiki a Taranga, and how he acquired fire from his kuia, Mahuika. It is with the jawbone of his grandmother, Muriranga Whenua, that he fishes up te ika Maui. And when he fails to attain his immortality, his exploits end with hine nui te pō. When we think about the significance of wahine, you must also think about the significance of whenua, for the two are synonymous. We should never forget that the earth is Papatuanuku, referred and known in our culture as our mother. Papatuanuku is vital to all facets of our lives, socially, culturally, spiritually, politically, and environmentally, and economically. In our whakapapa, Hine Ahu One, the first wahine, was created from the soil of Kurawaka, where it is believed is the origin of Te Ira Tangata. The significance of wahine in relation to whenua is obvious within our creation, our whakapapa, as the two are balanced in sustaining the procreation of Te Ira Tangata. And my last slide. And so this is my immediate family. We have 3 daughters, 2 sons, 15 mokopuna, and number 16 is due next week. Ka mutu aku kōrero mō tēnei rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Instead of my traditional waiata, which we might do later on anyway, I just wanted to end with a whakatauki that is well known and give my interpretation of its meaning. He wahine, he whenua, ka ora te tangata. A woman is land where man lives. Kia ora koutou. We're all going to ask questions. No, we're going to ask questions.
Tēnā koutou. Just to advise that Mr. Smith will give his presentation now. I believe we have just under 15 minutes until the break.
The timetable has us breaking for morning tea at 20 to 11, so that would be just 10 minutes.
Oh, just 10.
Okay.
So Mr. Peter Smith's document is A64 as well as A64A, his speaking notes. However, he's going to take those as read, and I believe he's just got a short kōrero to expand on some of the kōrero. Okay.
Ka tira e te mihi tika i a tautoko ngā mihi kia pono i tēnei ata e te rangatira hone ka nui te mihi ki a koe. E hori no te whare, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. To the tribunal, ngā mihi. Okay. I want to begin talking about my mother, but firstly, my first experience of her how shall I say, behaviour at the passing of my older sister. At the passing of my older sister, an experience that I had and come to know about the significance of. Before she passed, she delivered what I understand today to be an ohaki. And the significance, importance of being able to be present at that particular time when a immediate family has an ohaki to deliver. And in that, she expressed care for my children. And I want to say that as a whānau gathered around her, that is something that could be considered a given and natural that we would do that. But because it was her last words, made it important for us to carry out those duties of her, being her ohaki. So in saying that, immediately after she passed, my mother delivered what I believe to be a whakahau, something that I understand that did not require a response. And before she did that, she said a parent should not lose a child. It's a child that's meant to lose a parent. And she concluded by saying, I'm next. And that was her whakahau. So in saying that, we witnessed my mother going into preparing herself in what I understand to be whakamomori. And so she began the process of fulfilling her whakahau over 2 years. And my partner and my family, we took responsibility for caring for her during that time. And as her son, the mother aspect of her depreciated as she went into that area of whakamomori in preparation for herself. So she began writing whakatauki and more tiatia, waiata, and telling stories of her life during that time of whakamomori that I'm going to claim that that's what I understood it to be. And these things are very important to us, and I believe, and I do state categorically, that this is some of the traditions that were passed to her, and she passed them, she continued them, even though colonisation was present at the time. In her moment of that day, I'll say, that morning we were all gathered together, she gave 11 children to our father Nuki, and that was quite a feat on its own, given like Violet's grandmother, she was 5'0" as well, and my father, as most of us know, was not quite 7 feet. But in saying that, the morning of my mother, the mood had changed in the whare that day, and I'm aware that she did that all of my siblings were there, and one at a time she sent them away to do chores that morning. And very, very quickly, it became noticed that it was only my father, my older sister, and myself were sitting there with her. And if I can share, while she was sitting there, I observed her talking to people. And because of the conversations she was having, I could sense who it was she was talking to, if I can say it like that. And at one moment in time, she made the comment, "No, I'm not coming with you, I'm Ngāti Pakehi." And that expression resonates today in the hope that when I die, I'd like to die like my mother did and like my father did. And I'd really appreciate the contribution from the Western world to allow that to happen. So, in saying that, she passed her ohaki from the chosen ones that she had left there with her at that particular point in time. And being a maternal contribution from Ngāti Pakehi, those women are healers. And it's my understanding, being a male descendant of that tribe, that a healer needs full attention and focus on healing. And we're there to guard them while they're doing their task. So the other point I want to share with us here today, some of the things that my mother shared with myself and others in the family. And I'm going to call them the 36 sequences of creation. Violet spoke about the place where Tāne created the maternal, if I can say it like that. And some of those sequences being mana, tapu, ihi, wehi, tupu, rahui, and aroha, just to be very clear, sequences of creation, and including attributes of ngā kite mātauranga, and also some of the fundamental attributes of a whānau and a hapu structure being social, cultural, political, environmental, and economic, but in a taha Māori world, if I can be very clear in saying that. Deriving from mana atua, all right? My mother made it very clear to us that we were descendants of, to be contemporary gods, and as was said this morning, possibly 70 of them. And she was very firm. Our home, when we lived in here in Whangarei, we lived at Otaka. I went to Whangarei Boys High School, tried it out in the first 15, but I was actually a rugby league player, so I spent a lot of time on the bench and playing softball with Pierre Linden. So I don't want us to be, I'm going to make this comment, let's not be naive of the candid behaviour of the colonisers when it came to my mother. I'm under no illusion of her mana and her status within the community. She spent time here in Whangarei with the Māori Women's Welfare League in the early days. She was one of the contributors of the beginning of the kohanga reo in Whangaroa here, in Kaio here, in Whangarei and up north. But when it came to having qualifications of a kaiako, she was excluded because she didn't have that qualification. And she left that place quite disappointed and sad. So these points of whakamomori came about during a time when my nephew committed suicide, and there was a consideration that whakamomori was an interpretation of suicide. And I just wanted to make it very clear that my grandfather did not commit suicide when my grandmother passed away. Right, he did not become one of those statistics. When my grandmother, Nanny Ida, passed away, my grandfather followed her. And 3 months later, he followed her. And in that, these are important sequences, I believe, in allowing mana wahine to show us men what that actually means and what it's for, if I can say it, without any distractions on that at that particular time in our lives, so that we find our way up Oneroa Tohe, not up a golden stairway. And we find ourselves going to that tree, not get to a gate and be judged, if I can say it like that. And we go to that place where we hear the karanga of the fantail to allow us to go in to the whare of Hine Nui Te Pō, if I can say it like that. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to... my mother was a Seventh-day Adventist, and my father was a Catholic. And in moments before my father passed, he said, I want to go and see my mother. And that made it very clear that the journey that he wanted to take was up that beach called Oneroa Tohe, not a golden stairway. He made it very clear that his mother wasn't in that gate. Wasn't in that gate at all. So in saying that, I'll conclude there. Tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
So that's a convenient time for us to break for morning tea now. And so what we'll do is it going to be more presentation after morning break, or we go straight to part-time?
Mum, there's one more presentation,
All right.
and then we'll have time for part-time.
And then we'll do the part-time as a panel when you've all finished your presentations.
Kia ora.
Okay, so we're going to break now for morning tea. The program tells me we have 20 minutes. We'll see how that goes. Kia ora. Tēnā tātou. We're going to resume in just a moment, but before we resume with our pātai, or a presentation, I just want to have a discussion about timetable for the week. Now, it seems to me that there is time and space within the program for the week for us to be able to finish all the evidence that we need to be hearing by the end of Thursday, and certainly that would be the preference of the panel if we are able to do that. However, I'm a little unclear as to the position with the witnesses on who are programmed for Friday morning. We are prepared to be as flexible in terms of providing for witnesses to be heard by Zoom if there is an issue with travel. So I believe it's Mr. Hudson, is it? Mr. Hudson, can you just tell us what the position is and whether we're likely to be able to resolve this?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Yes, you understand it right. The preference, based on the instruction I've received from Mrs. Harawira and from Mrs. Mangu, under whose claim Ms. Wahine was set to present, is that they would have the preference of maintaining the timetable to include the Friday hearing day. Mrs. Harawira's instruction, as she presented to you yesterday in person, was that she could present her substantive kōrero on the Thursday, which was the request passed through your colleague, Ms. Mill, and that Ms. Wahine was to still present on the Friday due to both her ability to travel up here in time and also other engagements that she does still have on the Thursday at the time, which was hypothetically proposed for her to present that afternoon. The other issue that perhaps hasn't been stressed is the need for senior counsel, my colleague Ms. Mason, to be able to brief all of our clients, as we also have others presenting on the Thursday morning. I believe 3 presentations of evidence, and so the requirement to brief all of the clients in an appropriate way before they are to be able to present would not exist if we were to bring it all forward to the Thursday, including briefing requirements for the closing remarks.
Well, I'm not sure that last reason would be a good enough reason to keep us all here. Ms. Mason hasn't been here thus far during the course of this week. That's an observation, not a judgment. The clients the evidence is taken as read. They are presenting themselves to be available for questioning. So I'm a little unclear as to the necessity for briefing the clients because they've already submitted their briefs of evidence. All right. Well, let's just say that this will be a work in progress, and I've instructed the staff to continue those discussions just to see whether or not we can rearrange the program in a way which would allow for sufficient space between evidence to be presented and closings on Thursday, if that is a wish of those involved. Certainly to keep everybody here for what would, in a sense, be just probably less than an hour's work on Friday. Is a huge amount of expense and time for all concerned. So if we are able to be flexible and to achieve being able to finish on Thursday, that would, as I said, be our preference. But anyway, that's clearly not the last word on the subject, so let's keep working on it, and perhaps if I can get a further update tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honour. Perhaps it would be suitable if I spoke further with Coordinating Counsel Ms. Roughton and your colleague, Ms. Mill, at the lunch break.
Yes.
And we could perhaps expedite the decision today.
Okay.
I know that would be preferential to my clients as well.
Yeah, I should make it clear, I'm not prepared to make some kind of ruling that they must present on Thursday. You know, I am, I guess, appealing to, you know, hopefully their wish to be facilitate, you know, the running of this inquiry in a sort of an efficient way. So anyway, let's leave it there, and we'll get an update tomorrow morning at the latest. If you're able to update us sooner than that, perhaps at the end of the day, well, that would be great. But anyway, those are our thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honour. Thank
Okay.
you to the panel.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Chan.
Kia ora, Your Honour. The next person presenting their evidence is Ms. Robin York. She will also speak for the 2377 claim. Auntie Robin will be speaking from her speaking notes. That's the document reference is A65A. Her brief of evidence is A65 on the record of inquiry.
Tēnā koutou te whānau. E mihi atu kia koutou I tēnei wā, kia koutou I ngā tupuna I rungi te pātū, tēnā rā koutou, tēnā rā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. May it please the tribunal, my name is Robin York, and I'm providing my kōrero on behalf of my hapu, Ngāti Pakahi. I grew up on the brink of Te Ao Māori and the Western world. I loved my upbringing, especially with my mother, whom I spent a lot of time at the Otawa Marae, learning to manaki the manuhiri, which time I had many wahine who demonstrated mana wahine, and in my life they had significant influence on my upbringing. Mana wahine, a few words that come to mind when I think of mana wahine are goddess, strength, stability, and the universe. They are creators of life and are family orientated. Without mana wahine, there is no whānau. They are skilled in many things, including the arts. Another important aspect about mana wahine is that they are the ones who hold the knowledge and pass it on to others. Mana wahine are always working together in harmony with their partners, whānau and hapu, and they are well respected. Atua wahine Māori. There are multiple atua wahine who have had an influence in my conception of wahine in Te Ao Māori. Papatua Nuku, who supports whatever growth is on her, whether it is good or bad, even if it may be detrimental to her. Hine Titama was our very first creation in the human form, and so from her comes our whakapapa. When she became Hine Nui Te Po, she took her negative experiences and turned it into a good thing. E mihi atu kia haia. My mother, I watched my mother practice the manonga atua by doing and calling upon them daily to take care of her whānau. Hiro Rogers, our local shopkeeper, told my mother about her tupuna who was a tohunga. He also told her that people throughout the motu called on her tupuna to heal whatever problems they had. My mother-in-law, Mum Celia, and Karani Ka. My mother-in-law, known as Celia Rehana, was well known in the Hokianga Taheke of Ngāti Pākau Hapu. She returned to Ngātua Māori and Tikanga Māori, performing the rituals handed down to her from her Karani Ka, after her father asked her to do so. Karani Ka was their tohunga. Mum Celia told us about the krakia and mahi that she had to perform to settle a tu papaku. I live by all that has been handed down to me by these tupuna mātua in Tikanga Māori. There are lessons that can be learned from traditional atua narratives. The traditional roles of wahine Māori. Traditionally, wahine Ngāti Pakahi were very strong and had many roles within their hapu and iwi. For many of these roles have been passed down through the generations. Tohunga, Wahine Ngāti Pakahi were also tohunga. My great-grandmother, Krani Piti, who you saw on the slides, was the rangatira or matriarch of our hapu. She did what was needed to keep the whānau and whenua in the same whakapapa line. And she also taught my father his whakapapa by waking him early in the morning to recite the whakapapa through pao and karakia, early hours of the morning. Wahine were also kaitiaki. My mother's sister, Noki Tana, was the kaitiaki for our whenua at Waiotia Tinopai. I consider Auntie Noki our rangatira a mana wahine. She was a rangatira through whakapapa to Te Puhi, Hungihika, Hone Waiti, and many other rangatira o Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu and Ngāti Whātua descent. I have many wonderful memories of our auntie and rangatira Noki Tana, Ni Miru. She was a strict but fair woman. Nobody could get past her without showing her how much kaimona they had in their bag. And she died in her 80s, still taking care of the whenua. These wahine Ngāti Pakahi and aunties of ours were strong mana wahine. They were the matriarchs for me, and they had an equal voice with the tāne, and in some circumstances I would say that their voices were more important. They were all around us, and we continue to be like that today. The mana. Mana is everything, and it is my life force in connection to my tupuna. I can explain what I mean by this with an experience that I had when I was asked to perform my karanga for the group of people from around the world. Tapu. Tapu in relation to Wahine, for me, is mainly related to her whare tangata. So when a woman has a period or is hapu, she is tapu, and tapu and manaki are therefore reliant on the monthly cycle. Whakamautu and the restoration of noa. In traditional society, our tupuna would have dealt with any wrongdoing. It was about retaining the balance known as muru and utu. Whānau, whāngai, and living collectively. Whānau is everything in Te Ao Māori. It was a collective way of living. The way our tupuna did everything was so simple. It reminded me of the kōrero getting back to our footsteps, and they took everything into consideration. Whāngai happened in the time of our tupuna, and it is something that has continued to happen today. The logic behind it was traditionally that children were raised collectively as he taonga I tuku iho. Tikanga in relation to birthing, there were certain tikanga that took place during and after birthing. For example, after a mother had her baby, stones were heated for her to lay on to facilitate the healing process, and my mother talked about this, how it was done for her. I also learned about kawakawa baths from my mother and a healer in Kaikohe. And I boiled the leaves, kawakawa leaves, and then added them to the bath. It works similar to the Epsom salts that draws out the toxins from the body. So when my daughter-in-law gave birth, she was very sickly, and I prepared kawakawa baths for her. And she said she enjoyed it so much that she felt alive again, and she agreed to complete the healing for 3 days. There was also karakia when a baby was born, to give thanks for their safe arrival, to rejoice, to give thanks to the mother and for her well-being, and to ask for blessings for the many days to come. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. We'll have questions for all of you together. Pai tēnā.
Aye.
So my first one goes to you, Whaia Robin. And so when you were talking with us just now, and when you refer to mana wahine, it very much felt like you were referring to mana wahine as a noun, as a person, being a mana wahine. And so I guess what I'm just wondering is, for you, is a mana wahine these women who are matriarchs and with leadership characteristics, or is there a broader interpretation of mana wahine? So, like, could an ordinary person who isn't a matriarch or an acknowledged leader, could that person also hold mana?
Yes, okay. I believe that person could, yes.
Okay. And so, in Violet's written evidence, there's a part in there that speaks to the loss of mana, and that an individual can diminish their own mana, but no one else can take it away from them. So is that also your understanding, Whaia Robin?
Say that again.
That with a person with their own mana,
Aye.
they can do things that might diminish the mana that they hold themselves, but no one else can take it away from them. Do you believe that?
I have heard people say that, you know, they can give it or they can take it away, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think it's up to that person. If he does something to his own mana, or she does something, they are belittling themselves. Yeah.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on how a wahine acquires mana? Like where does our mana come from?
I believe in birth.
Hapai. Then Matua Bryce, I just wanted to thank you for your discussion on whakamomori. So I think, you know, we very easily at the moment hear it attached to suicide, and certainly from things that my own father has said to me, it's much more in that nature of sacrifice that has always been his understanding of whakamomori. He's also spoken about it being where women would follow their men after they had died in battle. So I think it's a very similar interpretation. So I did want to thank you for sharing that. And also in your written evidence, you've shared the practices of your own mother passing mātauranga to you as a younger child. So can you talk to us a bit about that? In your evidence, I think you described yourself sitting on a mat in the dark and her reciting to you.
Hi, kia ora. Thank you for that. Yesterday there was someone else spoke about that, about transfer of knowledge, and those, if I can say, those particular hours of an evening, or te pō, when that transfer happened. My experience was those tools were used in the darkness as well. But in my evidence, I specifically wanted to highlight that it was my mother that was transferring the knowledge, not my father, in regards to whakapapa mō te waka mātātua, if I can say that. Kia ora.
And how is the person to whom the knowledge is going to be transferred, how are they known or chosen?
Oh, thank you for that. To elaborate on, I'm going to use the kupu ohaki for that purpose. So it's my opinion, from my experience, that the person isn't necessarily chosen, but it could be done by way of the moment of conception within the maramataka, of being a knowledge holder, if that's, and as we know, in the Western world, we have paradigms of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and so on and so on. It was made very clear to our family by my mother that we have a similar clock, but they involve tangaro, tāwhiri mātea, haumia tiki tiki rongo mātāne. So, you know, it was our birthday in our taha Māori world, as far as I'm concerned, is the day of conception, not the day of being born. So if I'm which I am, and you can disseminate that how you please, I'm a Virgo, but if we go back 9 months, in my evidence it spoke about what my grandmother did and what my father told me, and in the realm of tangaro, because I was wondering why I was in that industry, so to speak. And it was explained that if a person, specifically to your question, being a receiver of knowledge, it was to do with the point of conception that was designed to provide that for the tribe.
Kia ora. And Violet, I've just got one more question. Your evidence talks a lot about balance, and so I'm just you know, in terms of the balance between the roles of men and women, I guess what I'm asking is, to your mind, have those roles been out of balance, or is there just a natural kind of rebalancing that happens when things get a bit of a raru?
Kia ora. I think, and I heard the tribunal questions yesterday as well, talking about the balance in the everyday lives. What was it like, the day-to-day lives of mana and wahine and tāne? And I did think about that. And if you, it's not necessarily regimented, defined roles and responsibilities strictly, and those kupu that were used yesterday. The balance was in that reciprocity and needs must. So an example in regards to, did women only carry out certain roles and did men carry out other roles? You can go back to the times in which our men all left for warfare. Now, our wahine weren't left at home to starve. They had to go out and be hunter-gatherers for their whānau. They had to keep the tribe moving. They even moved, actually. Sometimes, if there was danger coming, they would move the whole whānau. So, if you were inland hapu, you wahine were able to hunt manu, go gather ngangara, berries, make rongo, look after. If you were a coastal mana wahine hapu, you would be carrying out the roles of going to collect kaimoana, fish, etc. in ngangara. So I would say, instead of those terminologies that were used yesterday, that there was structure within the whānau hapu as there is today. There's a reciprocity that is even shown today. So that's carried on, that's always been within our culture. Does that answer?
Ai, kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Violet. Ahua rite ki taku pātai ki e tērā Kim. I was struck by, you made a very strong statement in your main brief of evidence, which was that succession to land was based on whakapapa, not on gender, which differed quite significantly from other perspectives that have been presented. And we understand that succession is a little bit of a Pākehā thing as well today because there is a structure around that and how that happens. So I put that aside for a moment, but really one is that I'm interested to know how your whānau or how your hapu, is that still the process now? Is that still the situation now? Rather than some whānau, the land goes to all the males in the family and the wahine are there in support. And I'm interested to know, are those motivations within the hapu or your whānau, are they motivated by that old tradition concept that wahine held just as much status and mana as males in the family?
Kia ora. So, I'll give you also within my brief, there was the whāngai that took place within my nanny and my older brother, correct?
Yeah.
And how there was that
imbalance.
bit of a, well, that was and I'm thinking in the same. So I can only speak from my experiences and what I've seen and heard. Different iwi hapu have different ways in which that takes place. So in my case for my papa, because he was the pōtiki of his whānau or the whenua, it was succeeded to him because that is their culture and that's their way. So I'm thinking that there is no structured way or format. It is he or she who is interested in the whenua, who has it within them, that they're living and tilling the land on the whenua. I think that is where either, if it's not through succession, through the passing of the people who, the whānau that own the whenua, and if they don't make it something written and transfer shares, whatever it is, that ownership. I don't like the kupu ownership as well. So I'm just trying to make it understandable. So in the sense of whānau hapu know who wants to be on the whenua. So it's no use tuku the whenua to somebody that's always going to stay in the concrete world. You know what I mean? So you have it yourself. You have instincts yourself as a parent. I have instincts myself as a grandmother on where my mokopuna are going to go. And that's been a traditional thing, as Bryce has said. I think in Bryce's evidence he has referred to the time of the Maramataka month that children were born, and certain elders or tohunga would talk and have a look at the child and say, ooh, he waha o te eka, going to be a fisherman because his mouth is like a eka, which was in Bryce's instance, what happened there from his elders. So I think it's just not whether you're male or female that determines whether you succeed to whenua or hold whenua. Does that answer your question?
So the focus around the practicality of in fact what is going to move forward with the land, so what you're saying is what is in the best interest of the land and the whānau?
Yeah,
as opposed to wahine or tāne.
Yeah. It's within yourself whether you're interested in moving back to your haukainga, your tūranga waiwai, eh?
Hapai.
Yeah.
Pātai anō, rā kia koe, Bryce. I was interested in the statement you made that Ngāti Pakahi is wahine are focused on healing. I'm really interested in that. And wondering, is that something specific to Ngāti Pakahi, or are you talking, you've noticed that among other hapu surrounded, or is it something that Ngāti Pakahi has recognised as having wahine who are healers? And can you just explain what that means in terms of mana wahine?
Thank you for that. Yeah, it literally has been, that knowledge has been transferred that the wahine of Ngāti Pakahi are healers. And in the rohe that they reside in, there are certain puna that support that concept. And to bring it into a contemporary time, the Whangaroa Hospital was in the Whangaroa Harbour area, and it had to be moved. I'm not sure why. So tupuna of Whangaroa collectively had this discussion, and it was appropriate that that hospital be built in that rohe because of that attribute of that hapu. So the Whangaroa Hospital now resides with the gifting of the land, and we're still doing that on another matter, in the rohe of Ngāti Pakahi, of those healers, and also our ancestors gave access to those healing puna for that hospital. Kia ora.
Yeah, I think that's a good bit of information there about the role of wahine in that field, and it sort of leads into the other kōrero that I've got e te whaia. You made also a statement that Ngāti Pākehī wahine were tohunga, which is quite often, again, a little bit, your evidence is all quite a bit maybe different to other kōrero we've heard. Do you want to just explain more specifically around the nature of that role of tohunga as wahine within Ngāti Pākehī?
Is it good? Tohunga healers.
Oh, healers.
My mother was also like a matakitia. And our tupuna whaia Krani Peti, she had that status where she would, what she said, there was no arguing about it, it would be done. So, and this is not in my brief or even in my evidence when you asked me to explain more about it. When my uncle was killed overseas in Italy in the Second World War, his belongings were brought back to that Krani Piti. And she put the call out because I don't think my nanny had word yet that he had been killed. And so the tangi was brought, she was brought up to Kaya to have the tangi ireira within that. Aye. So, like I'm saying, she was a tohunga in many ways. But all of our women were in that status. I don't know how to explain it more. Ka pai?
I think the main thing is that was recognised, and if it was recognised, well, then there must have been substance to that.
Yes.
I'm interested in what it meant in practice, but kei te pai tērā whakamārama. I was also, yesterday we heard from both Rereata and Patricia Taurua, talking about their kuia doing karakia in terms of Rereata. He was talking about karakia prior to a hauhake of kumara, and karakia that were done there, and the sadness about not having those karakia now. And in a similar way, Patricia was talking about that as well. The kuia was talking about going through the ngahere and hearing her kuia doing karakia and feeling a little bit sad as well, but not being able to hear those. I was wondering whether that was similar to the situation where you talk about karakia were done after the birth of a child.
Yes.
And I wonder whether, was that wahine that were doing the karakia? And do you still have those karakia? Are those being passed down? Are they, and what, I'm interested in the type of karakia they are that reflect the nature of the protection and the healing that are associated with childbirth.
I think it's just an individual, because I do mine for my mokopuna. Like, I've been lucky, I would say lucky, that I've been able to be present when my two mokopuna were born. Lucky, I'm saying, because nowadays you don't have that right
to be there when it's a daughter-in-law. So with this daughter-in-law asking me to go in and help, I did mine quietly because he Pākehā taku hunanga. So she wouldn't understand what I'm doing and I didn't want to upset her. So I do it quietly just to awhi her me te pepi, me te whānau.
If I can just add a little here, I did hear Matua Rereata and Whaia Patricia Taurua, and I would suggest that there are some of us that are privileged and still do hold those karakia, those traditional karakia and tawhito, and kudos to them, but some don't. But we know through tuku iho kōrero that those were traditional karakia that were done at that time. And in particular, yes, it was Wahine that did the karakia for the birthing and process and that. And I would love, I think with more time and more connections with the whānau, that we may be able to find 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4, but time is so precious. Kia ora.
When you spoke about Pat, you know, with her mother, my tupuna whaia, my sister spoke about her walking through the ngahere in Waiotea. They only had a track and she would carry my sister on her back and karakia all the way through to get to her area, because in those days, and I think they still talk about it now, but not as prevalent as in the old days, there was a lot of patupaere, and so they had to keep themselves well going through Ireira.
I'm interested not so much to have access to those karakia in particular, but more to understand the way in which quite often karakia carry information about, in fact, what is the role of those who do those karakia. And it would be interesting for this claim, I suppose, is to understand that connection between the kupu of the karakia and those who are performing them. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Bryce, I was interested in your statement about Tuhi Kura being the instigator of Hongi going overseas on those very famous journey to meet the monarch of England. And I've never read that before. So this is knowledge passed down to you within your whānau and your iwi?
Kia ora. Yes, if I can, my father sometimes said, I wish someone would talk to me about my tupuna. And in saying that, he was more than willing to hold back part of the story. Instead of giving part of the story, he would hold back all of the story. From where he resided in Rātaroa is what we know as a place that was given to, as was spoken, to her mokopuna, Hare Hongi, for a point in time, but her son Hongi, he resided other places. And so at some point in time he decided to put that history of his knowledge as being residing right next to Wharera, which was her home. And maybe someone will ask one day, would we like to talk to the haukainga about that tupuna? Kia ora.
Well, maybe that was an opportunity lost in the Taraki Tribunal, which is unfortunate. Do you think it's also that often what we historians hear about is from contemporary observations by men of the actions of men, and that's why we don't hear that more female aspect of history?
No, I don't think that at all. I think that in recorded history, and I'll quote, if I can, to save my own bacon, my father, is everyone is actually right, but they fit in sequences of time. Nobody's wrong. And it was his suggestion that there's a small sequence in the time of that tupuna that's missing in the full story. And that gap needed to be filled at some point in time.
Aye.
Kia ora.
Thank you. And Violet, I was interested in, you make this statement and you do expand on it, and you talked a little to Ruakere about it as well, about Wahine Māori exercised rights and responsibility in the whenua. Are those rights the same rights and responsibilities as men have? Or is it according to individuals? Do you have could you expand on that statement?
Yeah. So, like I did say before, that there was no defined roles and responsibilities, but as the previous speakers and everybody has touched on, that at certain times during a woman's life, they did not partake in gardening or fishing or those types of things. But, and again, as I said, when our men went to warfare, it was up to the mana wahine, the wahine that were left back in the village, to take care of everyone else that was there. So the only difference being was that during those cycles, wahine did not do certain activities.
And you did talk about succession and tukuing land in those circumstances. In traditional times, do you know of examples of wahine allocating land rights? For example, we heard in previous hearings about Waitohi in the Manawatu district, who they say, Ngāti Raukawa say, she was the one who allocated rights in the land as they moved in. It wasn't Te Raupraha at all. So do you have parallel examples, or...?
I may not have a parallel, but I heard earlier on with Whaia Jess Kōrero and the questions to Whaia Jess around whenua and how hongi acquired lots of whenua. So that's sort of, there's a little bit of a tweak there. It's more, it's not him owning any whenua, and these wahine that came to be part of hongi, the interest was a shared interest. It was not one of ownership that hongi had. It was use and access to whenua right across the motu. So that's where my mind would be thinking there. I can't think of any offhand of any tuku whenua from wahine to wahine to wahine, but I do know that in contemporary times, my great-grandmother, Meriana Hamopuru, did tuku whenua to her daughters, and they tuku the whenua to their daughters. And I'm actually a granddaughter of Dolly Baker, great-granddaughter of Meriana Hamopuru, and I have whenua shares in that line as well.
Yes, I wondered when people talk about, this is again an observation at the time, I think I read it in Pollock, which was that hongi's wives brought land, and I just wondered whether it was actually more a case that they brought people and allegiance of people in that that marriage. Do you have any comment on that?
It was more than likely both, because if you look at a lot of the writings and a lot of the kōrero that's been presented, when you marry, you're marrying the whānau, you know, so it would not have just been the wahine that moved to the husband's whenua or anything like that. There was quite a few immediate whānau that went with that. And that's where my thinking is around that shared use and access to, because the whenua is not going to move, is it? It's only the people that are going to move from whenua to whenua, pā to pā, village to village. So therefore, hongi's rights, or whatever it was that was spoken about yesterday, it's just access to and use of.
All right, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you, each of you, for your briefs, and I mean they've sparked a number of sort of questions that I think go across all three. But firstly, I just want to say how cool it is that everyone has grandmother stories and mother stories and great-grandmother stories, and how fortunate we are to be able to bring their stories here and bring their stories to life. And I don't know, it might be an Indigenous thing, but I hear grandmother stories all around the world when I travel, and how important they are as kind of holder of the past. And to be honest, I hear more grandmother stories than grandfather stories when it comes to how to live, you know, what it meant, and what being loved felt like, and what being taught felt like. So just thank you, I mean, to you and all the others. But I want to hone in now on the question of mana, and really, Violet, kind of bouncing off your sort of statement that no one can take it, but it gets diminished. Others can diminish your mana. And so over the course of the yesterday and today, we've heard different elements of what. Okay, so the first thing we've heard is everyone seems to be born with a kit set of mana that you can enhance or not do anything to, or diminish. You have a starter kit. And then some of the things that can enhance mana would be having children, being able to, you know, grow a big whānau, those sorts of things, work in the gardens. But what I want to know is, what are the things that diminish, that a woman would do to diminish her own mana? What might those things be?
Kia ora, it's, when you said a starter kit, all I was thinking was egg cells. You're born with your starter kit. So, and I think it would not be too far from contemporary times to the traditional times and our histories on what a woman, or a man, but a woman in this instance, could do to diminish her mana. And it would be more than likely things like going against protocol, going against kaupapa, going against the wishes of your parents, your tūpuna, the tribe, the iwi, the hapu, how you maintain your day-to-day living, if you're going to be tasked with, like everybody has spoken about, to raise, you need a village to raise a child. Well, in those instances, you would all be allocated or given tasks and chores to do throughout the day, evening, night, to do with either you're looking after the rangatahi or the pepe while others are off gathering kai. And if you were given that responsibility, and again, this is only my thinking of what that would look like, if you shirked your responsibilities which caused an unforeseen death or circumstance like that, I don't think the whānau hapu tribe would take that very well, and you could, that would be my thoughts on diminishing a person's mana, and the results from that could be a banishment from the iwi tribe. And I just want to pick up on how you obtain mana. It is what you're saying and what everybody has spoken about, that you are born with it and you've inherited it, and it's up to you on how you retain your mana in the way you act, speak, feel, do. It's your actions that determine how long and how much of your mana you hold on to. I know for myself, if my two mana wahine were alive when I turned 50, I would have gone to them to receive the tautoko, to receive my moko kauai. They were not, so I went to my elders, my dad and my second dad, Nuki, and there was a big kōrero around receiving my moko kauai, and because I've spent so many years in the education field, educating our people on te tai ao, that's why I received my moko kauai, and it was done traditionally in the sense that all my children were there, all my children had their hands on me, and all my children sang waiata, and we even got right down to, what was that last song? It was a real ahaka mana parata. You know, they ran out of songs because it was a long time sitting there, but it was done. We had karakia before, all my children were there, and we had karakia whakamutunga. So, and that was a point in time. 50 is when you start going downhill from the 100, but yeah, kia ora.
Just one more then. So would the tuakana get more mana than the taina or the pōtiki? Like, would there be a difference in the starter kits everybody gets? So simply by being the first, or the tuakana?
So you're talking about male and female?
Well, we can just focus on Wahine. So
Okay.
the Wahine who was the older sister, would she have more mana than the younger sister?
I'm fortunate to be the oldest Wahine in my line, but I do have an older brother, and I do have a step older sister. But because, and I think when I was preparing my brief, we had a scope of questions and it come to whakamā, and I jokingly said to Gordon, koe e whakamā, my whole thinking. And so quite often I was put forward anyway. There was an older wahine than me, my older sister, and my older brother, two older brothers actually, but I was put forward as the spokesperson, as the one that does things for the whānau. Yeah, so and it would change fire. It would change within the different rohe that you were in Aotearoa. Like I said, I was born and raised Ngāpuhi up here, but my dad comes from Ngāti Porou, so, and he was the pōtiki out of 11. Kia ora.
So, yeah, just to round that off then, having opportunities to enhance your mana would have been a good thing. So some women would have had more opportunities than others to enhance their mana. The risk of that is they also had a lot of opportunity to mess it up. Yeah. But, yeah, no, thank you. And I just want to thank you to Tūngane, Bryce, for your story about whakamomori as well, and your interpretation of it. I just think that reframing that you did was really important, and kind of has a, quite a different take to the way the word gets used now. So, kia ora, and thank you, Robin, for your kōrero.
Tēnā
Well, tēnā koutou. I also want to thank you for the unique perspective that you've presented to us today as a whānau, separate but connected kōrero, and I think it's given us a sort of a 3D sort of perspective on what you've had to offer to us. I just had a couple of questions just to round out the discussion. So Violet, I just wanted to ask you about the kōrero that you had in your brief of evidence around whakamā. And that was at paragraphs 54 and following of your brief of evidence. So what I'm interested in is what you referred to, I guess, as a collective approach or collective process to restoration of noa in those situations where whakamā events have led to whakamā. So can you expand on that kōrero in relation to wahine and the process of collective restoration of noa?
Kia ora kapai, and I acknowledge that I think a question came this morning around that as well. No, it was yesterday, around sexual violence. So in my brief of evidence, I had again alluded to Gordon while drafting that I don't acknowledge the word whakamā, but I did want to give an example around a situation where I think a wahine, mana wahine or a wahine within a tribe or a village or a whānau would feel whakamā, and it was around sexual violence. And in those instances, I would think that the wahine would feel whakamā about that. And when I heard the tribunal's question yesterday, I thought more on it, and I thought, well, actually, there would be different ways in which that would be dealt with. So in my example, I had given a collective in the sense that once the wahine that was violated against had the kōrero to, first and foremost, would be the wahine within her whānau hapu, then that would have been taken to a greater conversation with the other elders within the whānau, and then into a collective, and a hapu whānau structure would be put in place to work out the, not necessarily the retribution, how they were going to do this restoration. And so it would be, in contemporary times we have, what's that word that Russell uses for? Ho te rongo. In contemporary times you have ho te rongo, where you have all the groups in the room, etc. So this is probably the same process that I would assume would have taken place back then. You would have the violated in the room, along with the violator in the room, and a discussion would take place within the whole elders, kaumātua, whānau, it could even be village. But then I thought about it more with your question yesterday, Whai, and I was thinking, well, actually the situation could very much change depending on who the violator was. So my example that I'd given in my brief was an example of someone within that whānau hapu iwi grouping. Now, it would change again, that restorative justice would change again if it was another iwi hapu grouping, male from there, and it would change again if it was a coloniser, a Western. So there would, if you can follow what I'm saying, there would be 3 different ways for restoration, and three different outcomes possibly and three different ways of dealing with it. For an example, if the violator was European, I think a few dads and a couple of brothers would be off down the road and that was it. There would be no whiti kōrero, no restorative kōrero that took place. Then again, if it was the tribe that you've just been battling or still in battle with, and that may change again to involving the chiefs of those two tribes into the conversation for the restoration to occur there. Does that?
No, that's helpful, thanks. And I guess the common thread through all of those, different responses that might arise according to the different circumstances is that in each case it's a collective process.
Yeah.
So it's not dealt with as a situation merely between those individuals being affected, that there are groups which are also affected by those actions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now I had a question for Bryce, just in relation to the kōrero, which I think someone earlier touched on, the process that you went through with your mother. Were you the only child in your whānau to receive that matauranga, or did your mother also do that with others of your siblings?
Oh, kia ora. That's a good question. As we know, matauranga being so vast, if I can say it like that, and I'm going to say gladly because of the other 10 siblings that I had, it's well known that that vast matauranga that was held with one woman had to be shared amongst 11 of her children. Specifically, it's also my belief, if I can, that given that she was fluent in that matauranga behaviour, and as well as my father, that the mana of conception was also practice, where I know what happened when they met, and they made an agreement, and that's been made very clear, and that's why I'm confidently saying that because of her, the conception of every one of her children was done specifically to hold certain matauranga. Ka pai. Kia ora.
I'm just trying to decide whether to ask this question or not. So you've described to us that your mother had this vast sort of range of matauranga that she had received herself, and that she and your father were actively making decisions even prior to your birth as to those that would be receiving that matauranga in due course, just to ensure that matauranga survives and thrives and is passed on through the generations. Is that a... Yeah, okay. Kia ora. Thank you. Well, those are our pātai for your panel. Again, it's been a really interesting kōrero from all of you, and thank you for your contribution to the inquiry.
Thank you.
I've been given the whakahau from the ladies here, and as you may have noticed, I attempted to respond, Maki. That didn't go down well. So I'm standing now to deliver a shocking message to us all. Although I look like a Māori, I'm actually Irish. So in saying that, in respect of my Irish ancestors, I'll conclude with an Irish way, if that's all right. It goes like this. Last night I had the strangest dream I'd ever had before. I dreamt that all the world was free to put an end to war. And the people in the streets below were dancing round and round. And the guns and all their uniforms were scattered on the ground.
Tēnā koutou e te tūpuna e te rerunga te pātū, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koutou ngā mema o te tēpū, o tira tēnā koutou, ki tēnā o koutou, he pīkau I tēnei kaupapa whakaharahara. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. So there are 4 witnesses presenting this week for the Y2872 claim. The first today is Dr. Ngahuia Murphy, who will be appearing via Zoom. Also, Whaihilda Harawira Haukiard is a named claimant of that claim. So I'm just wondering if she's... Kia ora. Can you hear us?
Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. Can you just confirm your name, please?
Ai, ko Dr. Ngahuia Murphy tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou.
Ka pai, and can you confirm that you submitted a brief of evidence on the 30th of June 2021?
Yes, I did.
And to the best of your knowledge, do you confirm that the brief of evidence is true and accurate?
Yes.
Ka pai. Just for the record, Mum, the document number for the ROI for her brief of evidence is A67. A67A is the Appendix A, which is her resume. A67B is her master's thesis. A67C is her PhD thesis. And then the 2 main documents that she will be referring to today is A67D, which is her speaking notes, and A67E, which is a PowerPoint presentation that she's hopefully going to be able to pull up from her end.
So just before we commence, just to note that we will be taking our lunch break at 20 to 1. So, however, I'm not encouraging to finish your presentation by then. We have plenty of time in the program for your evidence as you wish to present it to us, and then plenty of time for pātai to follow. So, but just to make sure that you're aware of that time coming up, 20 to 1, we'll be pausing for lunch. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Can you just... if we can. Yeah. Aroha mai, I'm just having some problems sharing my screen. Wait to keep te koutou? Yeah. We can think here. I'll just change the preference so that you can. Oh, yeah. It's not going to be because it's still here. It's great. Is it that one? Ah, greener. Okay. Te urunga tū, te urunga tapu, hei e hei. Te aho ta pairua, hine te waiwahi e hei. I te tuhua, i te kōmata o te rangihi e hei. Nāni ho te o hine nui e hei. Ki te kōrati oka mahui ka hei e hei, te tāra koi o hine nui te pohi e. Ko rangi kai runga, ko papa kai raro, ko hina te ko pū o te ao. Tī tamatia te ao, tī tamatia te pō. Tēnā tātou te whare tipuna kakaporo wini, te marae, te renga parāwa, te hapu, uri o te tangata, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi. Tēnā ki tēnā o nā pau, o nā whaia, o nā tokatū moana. E hāpai nei, tēnei kaupapa te mana me te tapu o te wahine. Te mana me te tapu o te whare tangata. Ka nui ngā mihi ki a koutou. Ka huri oku whakaro ki ngā mate. Ki tērā wahine rongonui, tērā mana wahine haunani kei Trask. Ka tangi ana kau atu nei ki a koe ki a koutou katoa. Haere, haere, o ti atu ki te pō koutou ki a koutou. Tātou, e hui mai nei, tēnā tātou. Ki te kai whakawā, me te pōari tarai punara waitangi, e ahura ngatira, tēnei te tino mihi ki a koutou. Whaia Linda, Ruakere, tēnā korua, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Dr. Ngāhui Amuwhi tōku ingoa, taku kuia ko Parekire te maunga, ko Waikare te moana, ko Ngāti Ruapani te iwi. Taku koraua ko Tāwhiwau te maunga, ko Rangitai ki te awa, ko Ngāti Manawa te iwi. Ka huri, taku reo ki te reo tuarua, i nai nei, kia ora tātou. So, kia ora everybody, thank you for allowing me to zoom in because of an injury and just to participate in this process. It's a real privilege to be part of this historic process. We've been waiting for a generation, and I just want to acknowledge all those that have already presented, who stood today, who stood yesterday, who have stood in the past and who are yet to stand, and those that are spearheading this kaupapa on behalf of all of us. And in particular, I want to acknowledge Whaihilda Harawira, Leonie, Angeline, Mereana, Tere Ngāhuia, also Annette Sykes and Ani Mikaere, who I know is listening in, because these are the wahine that have been really instrumental in helping me shape my understanding of mana wahine. So, kia ora koutou. So I'm a mana wahine kaupapa Māori researcher. Over the last 15 years, my research has really focused on pre-colonial teachings related to wahine, and decolonising narratives around wahine's bodies, because the fact of the matter is wahinetanga has been redefined by most of the colonial ethnographers and historians as being inferior in Māori society. And to be clear, the source of that inferiority is said to be female genitalia and the female reproductive body. That is the font of female inferiority. Now, in my research over the last few years, looking at iwi histories, looking at cosmological stories, I have found the absolute opposite. But of course, colonial redefinitions of wahinetanga have been reproduced for well over 100 years, and today we believe it. Many of us believe it. We don't know wahine, we don't know who we were, and we don't really know who we are anymore, and we're recovering ourselves. So today I want to talk a little bit about some of my research findings, what I've found about how our tipuna saw wahine. And then I'm going to turn to just very briefly touch on some of the colonial processes, the patriarchal colonial processes that impacted our understandings of wahine. Because what we need to know is that intrinsic to colonization is patriarchy, the rule of men. It has denigrated us as wahine and other Indigenous wahine around the world. We've all been through similar things, what I found in my PhD when I travelled. We've all suffered the same fate. We've been locked out of history. Our mana and tapu has been erased from the historic record. So today, that's why we don't know who we are, because those stories, those histories have been erased and replaced with colonial redefinitions and representations of wahine that are derogatory. Yeah. So I want to begin. With this photograph. It was taken in 1901 in Te Arawa. I think it's a really powerful photograph because it reveals a whole lot about how our tipuna saw wahine. Why is that wahine at the front of that war party? What does she represent there? She represents a whole lot of things. She represents kurawaka. She represents the house of the generations. As the whare tangata, she's the kaitiaki of whakapapa. She's the kaitiaki of the ira tangata. She's kaitiaki of the life cycle. She's there at the front of that war party because the war party are birthed from her womb. Wahine are the only way in and out of this world, through the whare tangata, through the tara. Koera te tohungatanga o te wahine. We are the beginning and the end, the only way in and out. So she represents, she is the kaitiaki of the Māori of the people. She represents the survival and continuation of the people, which is why she's there in the front. Her womb is protective. Her role is protective. Traditionally, she would have been naked with the tara exposed. Her exposed genitalia intensifies the tapu of the war party, protects the war party, just like the baby is protected as it grows within the womb, but her exposed genitalia on the front lines of battle also purifies makotu. Because we know in Māori war histories, first and foremost, battle is happening on the wairua. It's spiritual. So we have all our tikanga, all our rituals that happen pre-battle to set things in place. Now, her position there on the front line is protective. It intensifies the tapu of the war party, and it purifies and clears any makotu on the battlefield. So she represents kurawaka. She is kurawaka. She's hine ahuone, but she is also hine nui te pō. She is the physical manifestation of hine nui te pō, whose supremacy continues to be unchallenged. She will have the final say. She will have the final word. Like I said, wahine are the beginning and the end, the only way in and out of this world, which is why we open proceedings with karanga and we close with waiata. That's an ancient understanding of wahine. She would have, in traditional times, she would have directed those haka chants. She would have led the haka chants. Those men, that war party, would be under the tohi. They would be under the tohi, and she would conduct, she would lead those haka chants. One of her roles would be to raise and elevate the energy of that war party to a climactic peak before unleashing it on the enemy. So she represents the continuation of the people, the survival of the people, but her genitalia exposed is also, it also symbolizes Hine Nui Te Pō, the gate between worlds, and that gate is open. She will repatriate the enemy back to the spirit world. So it tells us a lot there about ancient understandings of wahine. Today, in some hapu, wahine are made to speak on their knees in the womb of the house. And the justification I've heard for that is wahine speak from their knees in the house because if they stand up, their tara will pollute the tapu of male heads. Well, when we look at this photo, that war party behind that wahine, they don't seem to be concerned with that at all. In fact, they know her tara increases their tapu. They come through that door. To think that the tara is polluting is to denigrate our own origins in the world. So this is my kuia, the late Dr. Rangimari Pere. She was really clear. She was a tohunga. There's been some kōrero this morning about were wahine tohunga. Of course we were tohunga. Of course we were tohunga, because the whare tangata is the house of creation, destruction and regeneration, the cosmogonic milestones of creation. So my kuia was very clear. She was a tohunga. She was very clear when she said to me, "Nā huia, our people are matriarchal. Of course we are. Hine ahuone is the first human, you know. We're the kaitiaki of the life cycle." So she said to me, and this is something that she wrote about. She said, the first human was a woman. She was not formed by Tāne or any male god. She was from Papatuanuku, from earth and water. Māori people said the reason why the first human was a woman is because it is women who give birth to children. This is the natural link with the natural laws. All of us have sprung from the very beginning from the womb of woman. If the natural law was that we came from the womb of man, why aren't men having the babies? So our people were a practical people. My kuia was a practical wahine. So we can talk about these things. The whare tangata is kura waka kaitiaki of the ira tangata, kaitiaki of whakapapa. And again, like I said, to say the whare tangata is inferior is to denigrate the people who originate from that first house. So we might have these whakaaro and these kind of overarching values, but what I want to sort of touch on now is some of the tikanga, some of the ways tikanga that actually acknowledged the central significance of the whare tangata. How did our tipuna actually embody and demonstrate these understandings? And when we look at our puberty rites, they provide some really powerful examples. Puberty, when the blood came down for the first time, menstrual blood for our tipuna. Today, so many of us see the blood as being disgusting and paru and the source of female inferiority. That is the direct consequence of the impact of Christianity, the patriarchal nature of colonization, that we see that blood as unclean. That blood is the blood of whakapapa. It symbolises whakapapa and the continuation of whānau whakapapa lines. So as such, it was great with ceremonies of celebration when the blood arrived in puberty for the very first time. So here's some examples. The girl would receive a new name. Her hair would be ceremonially cut ears ceremonially pierced. This is when she would take the kauwai moko. Everything that I've talked about so far is symbolized in the markings that we wear on our face. That's how bold we were in our expressions of these understandings of wahine. So we would take those markings. Once we take those markings, then we are able to marry. And by marrying, we are reconsolidating political, economic alliances. We'd have community hakari to celebrate the arrival of that whakapapa blood. The girl, the kōhine, coming into her womanhood now, into her wahinetanga, she would be presented with taonga. And then you have those sacred rituals of returning the kura blood back to Papatuanuku, to honour the blood as a matrilineal river that crosses the generations and links wahine back to our atua wahine, back to Hinea Huone, back to Kura Waka, back to Papatuanuku. And I just want to touch on these things as the womb rites. It's the whare tangata rituals. They are matrilineal rituals, but they are done on behalf of the collective. They are for the benefit of the collective. They shape and underpin the name that we give ourselves, tangata whenua. We are people of the land, we are placenta people. It's the womb rites, the whare tangata ceremonies that underpin our name and identity as tangata whenua. So these ceremonies like returning menstrual blood back to Papatuanuku, back to Kura Waka, burying the placenta, returning the placenta back to the whenua, whenua ki te whenua, birthing directly on the whenua. So those birthing bloods flow into the whenua, marking, reaffirming ahika, but also those rituals are a primary rite that reconfirm the relationship that we have with Papatuanuku as the source of our sustenance. So those ceremonies are done on behalf of the well-being of the people. And of course, placing the umbilical stub into trees and kōhatu. Rangitūno Black from Tūhoi, one of my research participants, describes that as land. Those are land claims. Those whare tangata ceremonies, those are expressions of ahika. But deeper still, they symbolise the understanding, he wahine, he whenua. Wahine and whenua are the foundations of tangata whenua identity, because we are the whare tangata, we're the origin point of, we're the centre of creation. It's not to deny the mana of men, it's just physiology. So this is Rangitūno Black. She said the women had their babies on the land. That was their way of claiming haputanga. Tangata whenua ne. The hapu is the actual marking of land, whenua ki te whenua. The claim to the land is through birthing. Birth of babies represents tangata whenua occupation, records tangata whenua occupation. I found old records of where Tūhoi women were having their babies directly on the land to mark occupation. I spent years trying to figure out who we are. That's who we are. The burials of the pitu on the trees close by, those are all land claims. The breaches of the whare tangata started when the land was taken. The impact on our people, because they become whāngai to their land. They were orphaned off, the raupatu, no land. Oh, me te, how do I? And that's the thing with the raupatu. The raupatu smashed apart those matrilineal. It wasn't the only thing, but it smashed apart those matrilineal rights that are the source of our identity as wahine. The impacts of raupatu on wahine have equated with a stolen identity today. Yeah, because all of those rituals, we're in a process now of recovering them as a source of healing and empowerment for our people and decolonisation. I want to turn now to look at how our tāne acknowledged and celebrated the mana of the whare tangata, that their first house. Because if you want to take a people out, The recipe, I think, is kind of the same. When we look at colonisation around the world, the recipe is kind of the same. You've got to bring the whare tangata to her knees. You've got to take out the woman, because they are the house of the generations. They're the potoko manawa of te whānau. You've got to take out the woman. You've got to bring them to their knees. You've got to smash the bond between tribal sisters and brothers. Our Tāne and Wahine fought shoulder to shoulder during the sovereignty wars, fought and died together for the whenua and our tino rangatiratanga, as did our tamariki, and we forget that. Our tamariki fought and died for the whenua and our tino rangatiratanga as well. So you've got to infiltrate that bond between Tāne and Wahine as tribal sisters and brothers, and that's what they did by instituting a gendered hierarchy, which is what I'll talk about in a little bit. The third thing you've got to do is you've got to destroy the spiritualities, Indigenous spiritualities, because they are the foundations of Indigenous worldviews. They are the foundations of mana motuhake. They're the foundations of our freedom. So with Wahine, with the Tāne, the role of Tāne, the way that our Tāne honoured the whare tangata, this is what my kuia Rangimārie Pere said to me. She said, when I was a child growing up in Te Urewera, I saw our tribal fathers get the best food for our mothers from the Urewera forest in Mahia. An important food that our mothers ate during their pregnancies was kereru. Our mothers ate the choice bits and our fathers ate what was left over. When we were growing up, women, especially pregnant women and children, always ate first. The men received what was left over. I was brought up in a world where the men cooked for the woman, cooked special food. Some of the best cooks we have are our men. Now, just want to check in about the time. Doesn't it away 2 minutes until their lunchtime? Oh, it's 2 minutes until your lunchtime. Maybe can you hear me?
Yes, yep, can hear you.
Haere tonu and go through this, or what should we do? Should I haere tonu through this one?
Well, pause at what is a natural sort of a point for you. If you want to pause now, we can break for lunch, or if you can move through this part within a couple of 2 or 3 minutes.
Let's move through this part. Let's move through this part. I'll move through really quickly. So some of the tikanga of Tāne with the whare tangata, when we bled each month, it was a time of rest. It was a time of rest and retreat. The whare tangata is purifying and renewing herself so that she can continue those whānau whakapapa lines. So when we retreated to rest, Tāne procured special kai, as they did when we were hapu. There's those beautiful traditions across the motu of male midwifery. Some of our best midwives were our Tāne. I want to touch on the war rites because they're very, very powerful, and they speak to what I said in opening about the power of Wahine to purify, not pollute, not pollute tapu, but purify and intensify tapu. So the blood, menstrual blood, was placed at the altar pre-battle to clear Mākutu, to clear the way of psychic obstructions. It was tucked into the war belts of Tāne as a protective measure, and once again to clear psychic obstructions. Tāne would also anoint it on their own heads. That blood, if they lost courage, headed into battle to clear any transgressions and to restore their relationship with their own atua. I won't go into the whakahou rights, maybe that will come up later in the presentation. And these examples across the country of warriors, Tāne who were known by the names of their mothers, and weaponry named after the mothers and grandmothers. So Te Tokotorua Paewhiti is an example here in Mātātua. Ue Mua Tāne Moiahi Tūhoi, the 3 warrior brothers known under the name of their mother Paewhiti. And weaponry, an example of that, of the naming of weaponry after mothers and grandmothers, is Te Karere o Hine Tamatea tu Te Rangi ka Tipu's axe. Maybe just to round off this section, this is a quote from the late historian Te Miringo Hohaia from Pariaka. He said to me, the massive amount of 19th century manuscript material I have within the Kāhui Kararehe manuscript is consistently clear that the most prestigious lines of descent are those beginning from leading women of the tribe. Even when significant male ancestors are being presented, the whakapapa returns back to that man's Aratama Wahine line of descent. The explanations or whakapapatanga kōrero were always the same. Here's an example. Ko te rangi hatuake hea ariki nui no tēnei iwi o taranaki a he uri anō no roto i te kitenga o tōna kuia nei o uerua. Te kitenga being the matriarchal gene pool. The male line was never presented in any way comparable to this. This was where the mana came from. This was where the tribe placed its pride, not in the man, but in his kuia. And I use that quote, even though it's Taranaki specific, it speaks to what, or it reflects what I've seen in my research over the years. It's an entire cultural orientation that acknowledges the central significance of the whare tangata. Yeah, we see that very powerfully in our war histories. But I'll stop there for your lunch break. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Well, we will adjourn now for the lunch break, and we will return at 1:20.
Ka pai.
Kia ora mai.
All for show. I'm gonna let it show. All day I'm gonna grow. videos ad-free, offline and in the background. Try YouTube Premium on Oz.
Your personal guide to the world of hip-hop. Get a free trial of YouTube Music Premium today.
Enjoy uninterrupted videos with YouTube Premium and get into what you're into, whether it's your favourite hobby or newest obsession. Watch videos ad-free, offline and with background play. Try YouTube Premium on us. Watch videos ad-free, offline and in the background. Try YouTube Premium on us.
YouTube Music Premium is dedicated to you. During your dinner party with friends and family, on long drives without a signal, and when your phone screen's locked. It's full of exciting features that make you feel like you're with the band, that help you find the music you've been looking for, and discover new music that you'll be listening to for years to come. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
We're ready to continue now. Ke a koe. Kia ora, can you hear me, Dr. Murphy? Yeah. Yeah, we can't hear you at this stage. Yeah. We can't hear you. Oh. Mm. Mm.
Can you hear me? I can hear you on one version of Zoom, but not the one we want. So it's our end. Yep. I just need to get you through this one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yep. Alrighty, we're good.
All right, can you hear me now?
Aye.
Okay, kia ora tātou. Are we ready to go? So, ai, ka tīmata. I'd just like to say one of the things from some of those tapu kōrero that I've shared before the break, that wahine represent the future generations. That's what we represent. When baby girls are born, they're packing 1 million eggs. So we literally represent the future generations. So when you bring wahine to their knees and you oppress wahine, you're actually bringing the future generations to their knees. I want to turn to this image here. Once again, the photos that I'm showing you, the names of these kuia have not been recorded. It speaks to the politics of knowledge production. Whose names have been recorded, what histories have been recorded, and which ones have not been recorded. And those decisions are about propping up a colonial agenda. Yeah, our kuia's names, by and large, were not recorded. But here's another powerful example of wahine in the front line of battle and what she represents. Again, she represents kura waka and the continuation, the survival of the people, but she is also the physical manifestation of the atua hine nui te pō. And you see the wide berth that she is given because of the intensity of her tapu. Yeah. So here's a lovely quote. This is from Macmillan Brown, 1907. He writes, Māori women were priestesses and seers, whose utterances were received with awe and whose persons were guarded with reverence. They mingled with the men in warfare and contributed not a little to the enthusiasm of the battle and the success of the victory. Nay, we hear not infrequently of chieftainesses who led the defence of a pa or the march of the warriors into battle, for the woman had practically equal rights of inheritance with the men. So an example of that here in Mātātua is the Battle of Te Tapiri that happened in the 1860s between Tūhoi and Ngāti Manawa. The Tūhoi side was led by the tohunga Maraea Tu Te Maota. She conducted all the karakia on the battlefield. She conducted all the war rites. And she also leapt to the front of the war party and was so confident in her, she was so confident in her capacity as a tohunga that she was literally reaching out and pretending to catch the bullets that were flying around her. That was the Tūhoi side. The Ngāti Manawa side was led by the kuia Matakite Hine Kou. She too, she conducted all the karakia on the battlefield, all her ceremonies, the visions that came through her ceremonies shaped the battle strategy. That was her responsibility. And at that Battle of Te Tapiri, half of the fighting force on the Ngāti Manawa side were wahine and girls. So our wahine provided psychic protection, but we also, there's histories that tell us that they also, our wahine and girls also took up arms, fought shoulder to shoulder with the men when they needed to. Of course, those histories also demonstrate that yes, indeed, our wahine, our kuia were tohunga. I want to turn now, is there a way that we can drop this so that I can look at what the headings are? I want to turn now to just touch on some of the colonial processes, the colonial patriarchal processes that impacted, wahine and that impacted wahine. I want to start with the colonial ethnographers and historians. And what they wrote, because what they did was they broke the bond between Tāne and Wahine as tribal sisters and brothers through instituting a gendered hierarchy where men are on top, women are on the bottom. So this is Alston Best. This is what he writes. He says, men are superior in Māori society and are associated with life, light, positivity in the heavens. Women are inferior and are associated with death, darkness, and misfortune. This house of misfortune, of ominous inferiority, is represented by this world, by the earth, by the female sex, and by the female organ of generation, which holds dread powers of destruction and pollution. So here you see the demonization of the reproductive body of wahine, and their spiritual power as creators. Because the tara and the entire reproductive body of Wahine is said to be spiritually defiling and polluting and destructive, what the many of the colonial historians and ethnographers have written is that there are no female tohunga because of that. No female karakia, no female wharewananga. So just to reiterate, because the source of our, just like I said at the beginning, the source of our inferiority is said to stem from our genitalia. So not a gate between worlds, the ruawhetu, not a cleansing agent or portal of purification like we see in our war rites. We see it in the architecture of the whare tipuna. Wahine are always associated with the doorway. When you look at some of the terms for the doorway, the whakawai, the sides of the door, the open legs, representing the open legs of Hine Nui Te Pō, Te Pai o Tiki. When you step into a whare tipuna, you step over the Pai o Tiki. That's one of the names for the vulva. And then up on the pare and some whare tipuna, you'll see the open vulva, you'll see a vulva carved above the door. And it's that same understanding. It's a constellation of ancient knowledge that speaks to Wahine and their ability to purify and cleanse, rebirth and renew. Just like Hine Titama does every day at dawn, she renews the world. So the problem is that what Elston Best and some of those other colonial ethnographers, their redefinitions of Wahine as inferior, as spiritually defiling, what they wrote about us has been reproduced. So here's an example. Elston Best, he writes in 1924, Māori women are inferior to Māori men, even as Hine Ahuone was inferior to Tāne. B.S. Hure, she wrote a book called Māori Woman in 1972. She writes, Māori women are associated with misfortune, disaster and calamity. Menstruating women are considered unclean and defiling. Now, when you look at who she's referencing, she's drawing her information from Elston Best. We come forward to 1990, a publication called He Whakamarama, a bicultural resource for schools and community groups. Kenton Besley writes, Māori women and girls feel ashamed toward their bodies, unlike the men, and are seen as a destructive force of low status and little power within Māori society. Now, when you look at where they're getting their information from, they are quoting B.S. Hure. Moving forward again to 2001, this is a quote from an education professor called Dale Titus. He was a keynote at a conference on education in Las Vegas. He writes, well, he says in his keynote, in traditional Māori society, male is of higher status, is powerful, positive, and sacred. In contrast, the female is of low status, of little power, and seen in a negative light. This view is the contributing factor to low educational levels for Māori women and girls. Now, when you look at where he's pulling his information from, he's quoting directly Kenton Besley. So you see the way that what the colonial redefinitions of Māori femininity have been reproduced for well over 100 years, to the point now where we've actually internalized those colonial redefinitions of femininity within our communities. It's created a huge imbalance. The other thing that's happened alongside this process is censorship. This is something that Dr. Aroha Yates-Smith, in her PhD, she investigated this, the erasure, the omission, the censorship of iwi histories that reflect the mana and tapu of Wahine. So here's an example of censorship. This is an article called A Disgusting History, published in the Grey River Argus, 1887. And it talks about the government printing office stepping in to censor John White's Ancient History of the Māori, Volume 1. So the article says, The presence of what polite society calls broad language may to some extent be excusable in such a history, in order to convey to the reader the ideas of the people treated of. But the presence of whole pages containing indecent allusions is assuredly without excuse, and certainly renders the volume before us unsuitable for general perusal. When we read the legend of the creation of woman in language which is positively disgusting, we shudder when we reflect that the author who makes the New Zealander speak for himself has promised that the Māori shall give us the meaning of the mountains, rivers and headlands. The government, on learning the objectionable character of the letter press, has already suppressed the publication at any rate till it shall have been expurgated. And of course, what they are referring to, the disgusting history, what they are referring to is the creation of the first human, Hinea Huone, there at Kurawaka. Ani Makaere describes our creation stories as seething with the force of female sexuality. And I think that that's what the government printing press found so disgusting, is our celebration and acknowledgement of the ritual power of the whare tangata of the tara as a cosmological landscape that regenerates the people. So the thing is that those creation stories, those versions were not palatable to the Christian sensibilities of settler society. And so they were by and large censored and erased from the historic record, those histories that celebrate the sexual power of wahine. And it's something, again, Ani Makaere has written so powerfully about. The mission stations, because we were very bold and overt, looking at our some of the karakiatanga kōrero, our cosmological stories, our iwi histories, wahine were quite overt in celebrating the power of their sexuality. Now, that, the celebration of female creative power and the way the free rein that was given our tamariki were two things that were seen by colonial settler society. They were symbols of the inferiority and the savagery, the barbarity of tangata whenua. And what that invited then was colonial conquest as a moral responsibility. Mission stations targeted wahine, as well as first teachers, raising up the generations. So the missionary Johann Woolers, he writes in his book, Māori were a people sunken so low in their scale of humanity. Their survival rested in Māori women cohabiting with white men who would discipline them and their children and raise their minds to a higher level of humanity. The children could no longer be allowed to have their own perverse ways. But as the parents did not know how to correct them, I had to take the chastisement in hand. If children were under a sentence of whipping, they knew that it would be carried out. When those children felt the guilty weight getting too heavy on their minds, they came to me of their own accord and begged to have the whipping over so that they might feel good again. So here we see the colonization of the mind, the boot print of Christianity on our people. We didn't physically chastise our children. We did not hit our children. That's not our way. Mana tamariki. They have just as much mana as anybody else. And I think somebody else, one of the other speakers, has already said they had a seat on war councils. Like I said earlier, they fought shoulder to shoulder with their nannies and koros, their mums and dads, their aunties and uncles, and protecting our mana motuhake tino rangatiratanga and way of life. So we see here in the quote, notions of Christian guilt are alleviated through violence and subservience to white father husbands and missionaries as agents of a white male sky god. And here in the mission stations is the origins of the female shame, the female body shame that plague Māori women and girls today. And I know that because I've run wānanga over the last 10 years and I see it time and time again. Also in the mission stations, Atua Wahine are demonised there and relegated to insignificance. I just want to briefly touch, really briefly touch on, these are some of the legislations that created a climate of fear toward Māori spiritualities that are the foundations of our autonomy as Indigenous peoples. And in particular, the Midwives Act in 1904 that regulated midwifery. What that meant was that we began to birth in hospitals where that first rite of passage was transgressed because tapu was not accounted for. This is where the placenta, again, breaking the first rite of passage, the placenta was taken after birth and incinerated. Now that's an ancient ceremonial practice, burning the placenta, and that was about sealing the cervix so that the wahine couldn't have any more babies. So it reflects all the different ways, known and unknown, that the attempted annihilation of our culture. I mean, these intergenerational consequences for the transgression of the tapu, of the birth, of all the rites around birth. And like I said, whare tangata ceremonies, they're not just matrilineal rites of the wahine, they actually, because the whare tangata is the house of the people that contains the mauri of the people, whatever happens there is going to impact the mauri of the people. So if a wahine is oppressed and brought to her knees, if her tapu is transgressed, that actually impacts the people. So intergenerational consequences, we're living with these consequences today. And I just, the thing too about our wahine birthing in hospitals under the direction of a Pākehā male doctor, extremely problematic in light of our histories and these histories of sexual violence and rape used as a colonial weapon to break the resistance of the people. Like I said, you want to take a people out, you've got to bring the wahine to their knees. You've got to forge an assault on the whare tangata. And that's what happens through rape and sexual violation, particularly in the strongholds of our resistance and also our spiritual and prophetic movements. This has created huge intergenerational trauma, mamai, for our people, so much so that it's taken, in some instances, over a century to even speak about this, to begin to speak about these histories publicly. So this is a photo taken on the border between Tāmaki, Makaurau, and the Waikato, in the King Country during the land wars, that speaks to these histories, where sexual conquest becomes a metaphor for Māori subjugation to colonial settler state. Māori women and girls' bodies are as available for the taking as Māori lands. So the consequences of these colonial histories today is self-hate, low self-esteem, body shame, cultural disconnection, disorientation and disempowerment. Many wahine do not know we don't know who we are. We don't know who we were. We don't know who we are. We struggle to see ourselves in a positive light because we've been demonized and redefined in derogatory terms as inferior in our own culture. And of course, these narratives make violence toward the whare tangata permissible. Like violence toward tamariki, violence toward the whare tangata is a suicidal act, lashing out at the symbols of the regeneration and survival of the people. So the quote that you see here is a few years ago, I spoke at a hui down in Ōtaki, sharing some of the ceremonies and beliefs, pre-colonial beliefs around menstruation. This was somebody in the crowd who heard the kōrero that day. She says, I feel awkward as she asks us to shout out loud 2 words, menstrual blood. Outwardly I appear composed, but inwardly I'm yelling and with vigour and anger. I'm reminded of those voices and words that educated me about the flow. Paru, yucky, gross. The blood has flowed month after month and has stained my psyche with self-hate, self-disgust. Now that blood is the blood that symbolises the continuation of whānau whakapapa. So to see it as something disgusting speaks to the politics of cultural annihilation when we see ourselves in that way and our continuation in that way. The last quote is Ani Makaere in her book, The Balance Destroyed. She was there at that hui that day. And she observes that a presentation about the significance of menstruation in the pre-colonial Māori world should affect so many women so profoundly speaks volumes about the extent to which we have internalized the messages about the inherent inferiority of femaleness. And that's right. What I've seen over the last decade running wānanga in Māori communities, it's the only time I have ever seen a room full of Māori women absolutely silent, because they don't know the kōrero through no fault of their own. They weren't raised with the ceremonies. The ceremonies were broken through colonial processes and replaced with these body shaming narratives about the nature of female genitalia as spiritually defiling. Yeah. So I want to close up now with a verse taken from a karakia that reflects mana wahine. Māku rā te orangatanga o te ira tangata moa ke tonu atu. Kei tōku kaiure te kākano. Kei tōku pūwere te kōhanga e pāwai te uri. Hara mai te manātua. Whano, tā ia ki te uwha. Ka pō, ka ao, ka ea, ka awatea. Ti hei Māori ora ki a tātou katoa.
Well, tēnā koe, Dr. Murphy, for that powerful presentation. We're going to have some questions for you. Just give us a moment or two. Robin, do you want to start? So Dr. Anderson will start.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Murphy. I read your brief with great interest, and I haven't had time to do more than dip into your thesis. So maybe some of the questions I ask are answered there, and I apologise in advance if that's the case. One thing we've been talking about is the reconstruction, if you like, of pre-colonial Māori thinking and Māori history. And I wondered whether you could talk a little bit more about your own research process, considering the attack that you have described on puberty rituals and menstruation and how Māori thought about it in the traditional world. How have you recovered that history?
Oh, kia ora, that's a great question. Through looking through karakiatanga kōrero. Those ceremonies are sitting in the Ngata and Jones more tier volumes. Oh. They are sitting in Governor Gray's karakia collections. That's where I found the kōrero, as well as interviewing research participants, including my own kuia.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we've heard a lot about the ethnographers, and they've taken histories and information, and then Pākehā scholars have relied on that, and it's not really until we have Māori scholars being recognised and growing that they're going back into their records in the te reo that we're uncovering this information. Would that be correct?
Yes, I think so, yeah. And even the colonial ethnographers themselves, they've got, I mean, by and large, Wahine's voices have been locked out of history. They've been erased from the historic record. But if you go through some of the colonial ethnographic material very carefully, there's bits and pieces here and there, bits and pieces here and there. So you can recover them and look at them alongside some of the karakiatanga kōrero, the mōteatea, also our navigational histories. And one of the things that we also have to do is go back to our creation stories, the cosmological stories, and reinterpret them from a mātauranga Māori perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. I've lost my place. Maybe if I could you give me a little bit more explanation about about raupatu, and you say at paragraph 11, severed intergenerational matrilineal rights that celebrate the central significance of the whare tangata in fundamentally shaping our identity. So
Yeah.
could you just maybe expand on that statement a bit?
What I'm talking about there is those whare tangata ceremonies that underpin and shape our identity. So I'm talking about the puberty rites where the blood was returned to Papa Tuanuku in honour of our cosmological stories. The blood in our cosmological stories comes from Papa Tuanuku. Comes from Papa Tuanuku, and it was that blood that contains the ira tangata that shaped the first human, a woman, Hine Ahuone. So when we put the blood back to the whenua, back to Papa, we are honouring and reaffirming that matrilineal, intergenerational connection there. So that's one example. The other examples I talked about earlier are burying whenua ki te whenua, burying the placenta back, birthing directly on the whenua. So those birthing bloods seep into the whenua. That's the reaffirmation of ahika right there. The placement of pito in trees and kōhatu is another example. So with the raupatu, what it meant was we had no... It broke those intergenerational matrilineal rights that were performed on behalf of the collective well-being of the people. Those are the ceremonies that are the foundations of our identity.
And I was interested, you've talked quite a lot about women being involved in warfare, but we've heard quite a few witnesses talking about women holding knowledge because it was safer that they didn't go to fight. The men went to fight and they were in danger, and therefore knowledge was transmitted through women. So your perspective is somewhat different. And
well, it is based on my research.
Yes.
There are countless examples of maybe certain wahine conducting those war rites and acting as tohunga. At the Battle of Orako, there were 3 tohunga. One of them was a wahine. Has her name been recorded? No. I haven't been able to find it. You know, so yes, we did stay at home, and yes, we absolutely are kaitiaki of knowledge on behalf of the people. But when you look at our war histories, we also did go to war. We took up arms where we needed to, but we also conducted the ceremonies. And there's examples of opetaiwa, of the war party, going to what's been described as priestesses and prophets, female prophets, to get a reading on how is this battle going to go. But like I said before, the names of these wahine by and large have not been recorded.
And did you find that across different iwi? Was that the case across different iwi?
By and large, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was a question I should have asked Ella Henry yesterday. She talked about bleeding houses, where women who were menstruating gathered together. Is there a phrase in te reo to describe?
Sorry, is there a what?
A word in te reo to describe these bleeding houses that you know of?
The whare kahu, the whare kohanga were known as houses. They were birthing houses, but they were also houses that wahine would retreat to bleed in some iwi. But that whole area needs more research. Those spaces require deeper research, yeah. What the little that's come up in my research about those spaces is that wahine did retreat to rest in the first couple of days of bleeding because of the intensity of the tapu of that blood. Because the blood for us is a symbol of whakapapa, it is a river that conveys ancestors and descendants. And our creation stories tell us, because one of the ancient names for the blood is atua, te awa atua, te rerenga atua. So it is a very powerful, supernatural, it's an intensely powerful supernatural force. The regenerative force of the cosmos. So wahine retreated to rest. It was seen, like some of the waiata describe it as a ceremony of purification and renewal. And our men were not excluded from those spaces. They took care of us. They were welcome to come in and out. Those spaces have been described to me as whare wānanga. They were learning spaces where girls learned about the seasons of their own body, the seasons of their own blood. Yeah.
And one thing that has occurred to me listening to you and is the suppression of sexuality amongst Maori women by beginning with with the missionaries and carrying on. And, you know, today, it seems that, for example, with pap smears and so forth, there's a campaign to bring Māori in to have these pap smears, and partly because of the modesty factor, questions of access, but also modesty. And it seems now that maybe the oppression of Māori women in terms of their sexuality is greater than for many Pākehā women. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, well, it's tied up in the violence of the true violence of colonisation.
So my last question comes from a phrase that Dr. Henry used yesterday, which I asked her about, which was Indigenous patriarchy. Do you have a view on whether there was an Indigenous patriarchy?
I don't believe that there was, because who was the first human? He wahine, he nea huone. I don't believe that our people were patriarchal. I don't believe that. When I look at the kōrero about the whare tangata, the central significance of the whare tangata, when I look at our creation stories and iwi histories, when I look at our ceremonies, they say opposite, and I know the kōrero of my own old people who tell me otherwise. So after 15 years of research in this field, I do not believe that our people were patriarchal. I think that what we consistently strived to negotiate balance between tāne and wahine, between pakeke and tamariki, and our relationship with papa and the taiao, our elders of the natural world. I think that for us, as tangata whenua, just like other Indigenous peoples, balance is the law. The maintenance of balance is the law. And wahine have a key role in that when you look at our creation stories. Wahine have a key role in that. Maui transgressed tapu and broke sacred laws when he entered Hine Nui Te Pō's vulva unannounced. She annihilated him for transgressing sacred laws. A generation later, we see the same theme with Hine Deiweiwa, who sits at the head of the institutions of the Ruahine, the female tohunga. That's Hine Deiweiwa. when her kaitiaki whale was eaten by the tohunga kai, she set out with a war party of 40 women. And this is the origins of haka, actually lie with Hine Te Iwa. They performed haka to expose Kai, the tohunga. All they knew about him was he had his crooked front teeth, so they had to make the audience laugh. Those first haka were sexually explicit. That war party of women were performing those haka naked with their genitalia exposed. If you look at the language, what they're doing is ritualizing the power of the female reproductive body. That was enough for Kai, the tohunga, to completely lose his senses, just like Maui when he was staring at the vulva of Hine Nui Te Po, completely lost his senses. And what happened? Hine Te Iwa took Kai out, murdered him. So that tells us something right there. In times of transgression, Wahine have a role they have a leading role in restoring the balance, which is why Wahine led muru plundering parties.
All right, thank you very much
now
for your...
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Yeah, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Murphy. Great to listen to you and the energy that you have used in your presentation. And I think that energy gave us a little sparkle, perhaps, of why colonisers might have wanted to suppress Māori women. So I want to... And really what I want to pick up on is the relationship that you have drawn between, bringing the whare tangata to their knees and bringing people to their knees, and then also the relationship with taking land and taking control, if you like, of Māori women's bodies, that those relationships in terms of colonialism. I just want to know or ask whether you can elaborate a bit more, but I guess what I want to know is the driver for it by colonisers. Is the driver simply economic in terms of land, or are there other things going on? I mean, you talk about sexual violence, for example. I mean, is it their own attitudes about sex as a driver for that? Or is it a fear? Or is it a hatred? Or is it like a specific strategy?
I think, Violinda, that it was a specific strategy. And I say that because my PhD took me around the world to sit with other Indigenous communities, other Indigenous women, and the things that we face in this country are the same as what they face. And we see that the intrinsic to the colonial project is patriarchy. And I do think that it was a real strategy to target the whare tangata and bring her to her knees because she's the potoko manawa of the whānau, she's the mother. You take her out, it's going to impact the people because the whare tangata is the mauri, holds the mauri of the people. You take out the woman, you take away the whenua, then there's no identity. That destroys the identity of a people.
Thank you. And I now want to turn to the pre-colonial space, and I guess what we've been probing the last 2 days is really how did people live their everyday lives? How did women live their everyday lives? So you've talked and given some, fabulous examples of what women did in going to battle. What did women do when they were not at battle?
Tended to their whānau and hapu, I guess. Tended to their whānau and hapu like other wahine, like other communities around the world. I mean, my speciality is really the ceremonies and the ritual knowledges of Wahine. Yeah, so I wouldn't like to kind of go any further than that. I assume that they did what all women do. They tend to the needs of the whānau, they tend to the needs of the hapu. Yeah, and I do believe that Wahine are the kaitiaki.
Okay.
And the hapu, because we're the only way in and out of this world. The whare tangata is the one that determines which whakapapa lines will continue and which will fall into the oblivion of te pō.
But you're not saying that the ceremonies were simply about battle and wartime. I mean, the ceremonies were also about how they lived their daily lives.
Well, that's right. I mean, the puberty rites are an example of that. The birthing of babies, those are everyday ceremonies. And we bled on the whenua month after month. When we bled on the whenua. You know, so those are everyday ceremonies.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, I'm Kim Ngārimu, pai ki te tūtaki i a koe. En pai ki te whakarongo ki tō kōrero ki tō mātairangi i te ahi nei, so kia ora. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you about. So one is, this afternoon you've laid out a really compelling case around the approach of colonial ethnographers and how that over time has been drawn up progressively to actually still be part of the scholarship that's being written today. You know, I hate to use the word, but so I'll say hierarchy, but that hierarchy of tracking back to the sources was, it was quite disturbing to me to know that that's coming through in writings, you know, that are really quite recent. So, you know, do you know how prevalent that is?
I think it's really prevalent, which is why I think mana wahine and kaupapa Māori scholarship is so important, because we are undoing all of that. But what the colonial historians wrote is truly has entrenched itself in Māori communities and in the way that we see ourselves. So I think it's really prevalent across scholarship, yes.
So it would seem that it's not just a matter of undoing what the colonial ethnographers put in place, but actually still fighting on a live front as well. If it's still being, if that sourcing that tracks back to that writing is still coming through into today's scholarship.
Yeah, and including our own people. Including Māori scholars, we have recycled those same colonial discourses, perpetuating the imbalance. Yeah.
I just want to note that you've referred to a number of legislative instruments as creating sort of that climate of suppression and fear around traditional practice. And so I guess I just wanted to ask you about, before that kind of legislation was in place, and what was the kind of, what was the mood, and you know, how might the transmission of traditional knowledge been suppressed before those kinds of instruments were in place?
Well, at the mission stations. The mission stations and the impact of Christianity, they played a huge role in breaking those knowledges and matrilineal ceremonies, because when you look at what the missionaries wrote, what the missionary wives wrote, they thought that our celebration, you know, the Māori women and girls that were in the mission stations, the missionary wives have written about how repulsive and disgusting they thought the girls and Māori women were in the celebration of their own sexuality. They spoke about their bodies very openly. They spoke about their bodies very, very openly. You see that in karakiatanga kōrero in our iwi histories, Hawaii creation stories as well, are very celebratory and bold and open in their celebration of their bodies. But that changed in the mission stations. Yeah, that I think that is the mission stations is the genesis of the body shame that plagues Māori women and girls today, where we don't even know, we don't have any words for what's down there, for the blood down there. We don't have any words anymore. It's a complete opposite to our tipuna kuia who dropped haka and sung songs and chanted karakia to celebrate their own female reproductive bodies.
Yeah, in fact, recalling my own, teenagerhood, it was your mate, it was your sickness.
That's right.
For goodness sakes. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And those ancient terms, te awa atua, te rerenga atua, I kora, that remind us that blood is the same blood that birthed the pantheon of atua into the world. They've been stolen through colonial processes. So most Māori whānau don't know. They, through no fault of their own, they don't have the terminology anymore. But I mean, like I said earlier, there's a massive recovery taking place because we know that the solutions to the issues that we face can be found in our own cultural teachings. Yeah.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe ngā huia mihi nei ki tō ii, ki tō wana, ki te kaupapa nei. Me te mōhio tonu mā te toa, e tohe tēnei momo kaupapa kia rewa atu ki runga kia tai ki te taumata e tikana. No reira tēnā rawa atu koe e te tuaine. The questions I have is really follow on from your response that you just gave, that sense of reclaiming kōrero. And one of the things I really loved in your brief was when you talked about that whole thing of the purificatory sort of process, the renewal, and that sense of hine titama seen every morning and bringing on the new morning. And also, I wasn't quite sure, but you talked about hine I te ao, hine I te pō, or is that more around hine te maramataka? The whole thing of te marama e ngaro ana ka tahi ka puta mai, ka ngaro ka puta. I suppose the question I've got is really around the way in which these, whether we see them as metaphors or whether we see them as part of the narrative, I suppose is up to the perspective of the person, but the way in which they're included in karakia and kōrero and waiata, I'm interested in how those values associated with that sense of renewal that's associated with mana wahine, or atua wahine, is used today and how you're perceiving it.
Wow. The values of purification and renewal. Particularly
around te marama, hina, and hine titama, the idea, are you looking towards those as those symbols, those metaphors, as carrying the values that you're speaking about? And are those, and I don't know whether, I haven't come across any karakia or waiata that specifically focus on those concepts themselves?
Purification and renewal. So what I would say, is that we are recovering blood rights, where menstrual blood rights, ikora blood rights, where we're recovering that ancient way of knowing is wahine, that when we bleed, we are purifying and renewing the whare tangata so that we can continue whānau whakapapa. So that's one way. But the other thing that I discovered in my research, that if the blood is a symbol of whakapapa, and we know that the whare tangata houses intergenerational trauma, if the blood is a symbol of whakapapa, if the blood is a symbol of purification, what can we actually release richly on the flow of blood each month? Can we clear trauma locked up in the whakapapa line? If we are cognizant about what we can release on the flow of blood each month. So we're recovering. The thing is, though, Ruakere, the understanding of wahine, those ancient understandings of wahine in our role of purifying and renewing are completely absent from the literature. And most of us do not see wahine like that because we've been tainted by the belief that wahine are the whole reproductive system is a symbol of spiritual defilement. So you can't be a medium of purification and renewal for the people if you're seen as being spiritually defiling to the tapu and to male tapu in particular. So we're in a state of recovery with this. But I mean, one way that this understanding continues is like I said at the beginning with the architecture of the whare tipuna. No matter whether it's a male house or a female whare tipuna, the doorways are always associated with wahine. They are always associated with the tara, and I talked about the different terminology of the doorway. The whakawai, the open legs of hine nui te pō, te pai o tiki. When you step through the doorway, you are purified and cleansed from any hostilities out there in the domain of two on the marae ātea. You are purified through the tara, and you come into the womb of the house. And when you leave and step back out into te ao marama, from the pō, from the ao wairua, you are reborn back into the world, back into te ao marama. Now, the understanding of the architecture of the doorway is also, it continues when you look at some of the histories around whakahou rights, whakatapu, whakanoa, where the tara is seen as a transitional zone, like Ari Makaere describes. It's a transitional zone between worlds. Wahine are the threshold between worlds because of the tara, between te ao marama and te ao wairua. So we can facilitate a shift in consciousness from one state of being to another. So we see that within the architecture of the whare tipuna, but we see it in those rites where men going to battle, part of the tohi rite would be going under the tara, which would whakatapu them, and they would head off to battle, and on their return, they would go back under the tara to whakanoa and lift the bloodshed. The tara would facilitate a shift in states of being because she's a portal. She's a transitional zone between worlds and states of being, states of consciousness. So those are a couple of examples.
Nai, tino paira wātu te rā whakautu. I was definitely thinking along the lines that you were talking about, if we're talking about that time of menstruation, if that is seen in its broader sense of what other elements can be associated with that, such as the release of trauma,
Yes.
and the way in which we understand that and are able to apply these concepts more broadly to our iwi, to our whānau, to our hapu,
Yes.
that whole thing of historical trauma. Mihi ana ki tērā.
That's right, because a part of that idea too, we see it in karanga, we see it in the puna roimata, we see it in the tangi apakura, the power of wahine to purify and lift and clear the mamai of the people through the pitch, the frequency of voice. We know that voice comes directly from the whare tangata. That's the ritual art of karanga, tangi apakura. The punaroimata is the wahine bleed and cry and purify on behalf of the people for the collective well-being of the people. Why does she do that? Because the whare tangata holds the mauri of the people. That's why. So this is some of the ways that the power of purification, the power to renew, they come through those tikanga. You know, we mightn't know though, we mightn't remember anymore, but those practices of clearing any rubbish on the marae atia through the karanga, clearing obstructions, psychic obstructions, releasing the mamai of the iwi through the punaroimata and through tangi apakura. That's the continuation. Those are the practices right there that reflect a broader constellation of knowledge regarding the significance, the mana and tapu of wahine.
Kia ora mai. Ngā huia, ka reo te mohio pehea te hohonu o tēnei whakautu mau engari, just to follow on from that sense, the broader the tapu of wahine. I was wondering whether the tapu of wahine is associated with the tapu of ikura, or is that separate? Is there a tapu of wahine, but the tapu of ikura is a period where there is a strong high level of tapu, and then the level of tapu reduces down to what is then not so much noa, but an everyday sense of tapu associated with wahine. So I was just wondering if the idea of tapu increasing, reducing, not saying that, because in one of the briefs of evidence spoke about, and it drew on past writings, was that one of the associations with wahine, with the concept of noa, is that in actual fact there is a period of extreme tapu, and then when wahine come out of that time of menstruation, then come back into what is normal again. But I didn't know the context of that reference.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Wahine are always tapu because of the whare tangata, because we're packing, like one of the earlier speakers said, we're actually packing, when a girl is born, she's born with 1 million eggs. We're packing the future generations. And that's what we represent. Implicit in our name is the future generations, the survival and the continuation of the people. As such, we have our own tapu as creators, you know, and that's something that has been, that power to create life is something that's been demonized through colonial processes. So we are inherently tapu. We have the power of noa. We can neutralize. We can free things up. Why? We can clear and purify mākutu, all of that. Why? Because the whare tangata is the house of creation, destruction and regeneration. That right there is the cosmogonic milestones. So, so there's that. But when we bleed, yes, we are intensely tapu, because according to the origins of menstruation and our creation stories, when wahine bleed, if wahine are the doorway between worlds, between Te Ao Wairua and Te Ao Marama, that door is open when we bleed, and that river is running through from the po and from Te Ao Wairua, and that river is carrying ancestors and descendants, which is why we rested. We didn't go into the marakai because we're not going to bleed on food. We didn't go and harvest kai from the moana because it was a time of rest, but it wasn't a time for mahi, and also our people are practical people. We know that the blood attracts predators, but we were intensely tapu when we bled, and that blood is intensely tapu, which is why we use that blood to anoint weaponry, to intensify the tapu and the mauri, because the blood is pure mauri, to intensify the mauri and the tapu of weaponry. men would carry that blood with them into battle because it intensified their tapu. So, yes.
Kia ora mai ngā huia, ko te mea nei, I think what we need to better understand or better articulate is the concept of whakanoa. Noa isn't an absence of tapu, it's a different type of tapu. And the idea that whakanoa doesn't automatically mean a inferiority. So
no,
it's about us understanding and articulating that much better than the way it has by ethnographers. Tēnā koe, e me te mihi rā ki a koe.
Tēnā koe rua kere.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Murphy. We're on the final stretch now of questioning. I just had a question I wanted to circle round to you. We had some evidence yesterday from, I think it was Hannah Maxwell. I don't know if you were listening into that, but in that evidence she talked about kokowai, the ochre from the bleeding of Papatuanuku, and she talked about how that was used in the villages at the time of Patuone, and it was smeared on whole villages, including homes and palisades. So I just wanted, I guess, to get your thoughts on that, and whether that was, a protection mechanism, in the same way as you have described to us in terms of carrying ikura.
Yes, tēnā koe. Well, there's a very interesting symbiosis about kokowai and ikura, because creation stories tell us that Hine Ahuone, the first human, came from Kurawaka. Well, where is Kurawaka? Kurawaka is the vulva of the Earth Mother, Papatuanuku. That is the place there, the birthplace of Atua. That is the place where the Ira tangata was finally found. Now, some stories, which make sense to me, recount that the kokowai found there at Kurawaka that shaped Hine Ahuone was the menstrual blood of the mother Papatuanuku. It was only in the menstrual blood of the mother Papatuanuku that the Ira tangata could be found. There's other stories about, that blood that shaped Hine Ahuone being wound blood, but it's not really consistent. Because the thing about menstrual blood is it's the only blood that is not wound blood. It's procreative blood. It's regenerative blood. So that's the blood that sculpted Hine Ahuone, the first human, which is why one of the ancient names for menstrual blood is ikura, mai I Kurawaka. The blood comes from Kurawaka, from the vulva of the mother Papatuanuku. Now, the blood was used in rites of protection. It was protective, just like the whare tangata is protective, just like those wahine who were in the front line of battle, leading those haka chants. Their presence there is protective. And I think it's really interesting. I think it's so fascinating that our tipuna used kokowai as well, the blood of the mother papa. That regenerative blood is a protective measure, and it speaks to me of the symbiosis nature. He wahine, he whenua, he orite.
Okay, kia ora. Now, I just wanted to pick up on a point that you made in paragraph 15 of your brief, and I think one of the other panel members touched on it also, and this was about repeated stories. So you referred to Maui and Hine Nui Te Pō, and then the pūrākau of Hine Te Iwawa. So is the point that's been made there that are those stories which are repeating, are they speaking to the role of wahine Māori in restoration of balance? Is that the point that's been made there?
Yes, yes. I believe when I look at our creation stories with the Maui and Hine Nui Te Pō, Hine Te Weiwa and Kai, I believe that the precedent is set right there, a ritual tenet that one of the roles of Wahine is to restore balance and harmony in times of transgression because we are the whare tangata, which is why we took that role at the forefront of the Muru plundering party. If somebody did something wrong and utu needed to happen, retribution or the restoration of balance, Wahine would often lead those Muru plundering parties. They would lead the haka chants, they would be there, and I think in traditional times with the genitalia exposed, symbolising Hine Nui Te Pō, symbolising the atua wahine in that moment, in that ritual, in that tikanga process, they are the atua wahine. And the female genitalia is a symbol of that corridor. In times of transgression, wahine will restore the balance. Which is why when you look at the Tino Rangatiratanga movement, Wahine have always been at the forefront of our struggles for resistance. I trace it back to Hine Nui Te Pō and Hine Te Iwaiwa.
Okay. Kia ora. And my last question is just referring to paragraph 17 of your brief, where you talk about an ancient pūrākau menstruation is seen as conveying a male atua. Can you elaborate on just what you mean by that?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Well, there were two pūrākau, two cosmological stories that I came across when I was tracing. How did our tipuna see menstruation? How did our tipuna see menstrual blood? I think that to understand anything i roto i te ao Māori, you've got to trace the whakapapa. You've got to find the whakapapa, you've got to trace it. So there are two pūrākau that I came across. The oldest one talks about how te awātua menstrual blood comes from Papa Tuanuku herself as she ripened into her power as a creatress within Te Pō, Tifa Tifa, the seventh cycle. That is the genesis of menstruation. And according to that story, and of course, so that blood, with the arrival of that blood, that meant that she was able then to conceive the entire pantheon of atua. So that's something we need to understand as wahine today. The blood we bleed today is the same blood that birthed the atua into being, the pantheon of atua, the tamariki into being. So according to that pūrākau, Tāne Mahuta discovered a whole new world beyond the confines of the pō by riding out of Te Pō into Te Ao Marama, the world of light that we occupy on his mother's menstrual blood. So atua, awa atua, and rerenga atua are ancient names for the blood that speak to that cosmogonic milestone. Tāne rode out on the tide. And I think it's really significant. To me, again, it's like my Kuia Rangi Māori Pere says, it speaks to that cultural, the significance of balance. So for us, the blood is not a woman's issue. Menstrual blood is not a woman's issue. It's a whānau issue. It's a whānau issue because the blood represents whakapapa. And the men actually have a stake, our tāne have a stake in these sacred feminine knowledges and ritual histories. So there's that example there. Another one was told to me by my Kuia Rangi Māori Pere. It's a ngā pōtiki Ngāuri a Maui version about the origins of menstrual blood. She said that Maui sought immortality. He'd been watching Hine Te Iwaiwa, the atua of the moon, as she waxed and waned each month, dying and being reborn, giving birth to herself on the new moon on Whiro every month. And he wanted immortality like that. He wanted to be like that, dying and rebirthing himself each month. So he attempted to return to the womb of his own mother, Hine Nui Te Pō, to achieve immortality. So he crossed that threshold of her tara, unannounced and uninvited. She woke up, she was sleeping, she woke up, she said, hey, what are you up to down there, boy? He says, I want immortality like the moon. I want to be like Hine Te Iwiwa, who dies and is reborn each month. She says, yeah, I can give you that, but you are not to transgress sacred laws, which is what he did when he crossed that threshold between worlds, the tara, unannounced and uninvited. And she crushed him with her vulvic teeth, which across the world are always a symbol of the autonomous power of Wahine, those vulvic teeth. And in other people's creation stories, sometimes those teeth are smashed out and the tara is silenced, but in our cosmological stories, Hine Nui Te Pō retains her teeth. She still has her teeth. And so do we as Wahine, which is how we survived. And so Maui became, in accordance with that pūrākau, Maui became the first menstruation to come into the world, the understanding that as long as Wahine menstruate, Maui will live on. So one of the ancient names for blood in Te Urewera is Maui. Kua tai mai a Maui, kua puta mai a Maui. Every month, and again, it speaks to that understanding that the blood is a symbol of whakapapa. It assures the continuation of whānau whakapapa.
O kia ora mō tēnā whakautu. Ko mutunga nā pātai e noe nei. Nā mihi nui ki a koe. Mō whakaro nui ki a mātou I tēnei ahi. So thank you very much for the evidence that you have, that you've given to the tribunal, that you filed your thesis and your doctoral thesis, as well as the presentation you've given to us today, and the answers that you've given to our questions. So thank you very much.
Tēnā koutou, ka nui ngā mihi ki tēnā o koutou. Taku rākau e, tau rawa ki te whare, ka ngaro ataka hei e, te whare o te kahe katoa. Hei ngau whakapa hei e, hei whakapa ururoa e hau mai nei, kai waho kai te moana, ka hore aku mihi e. Aku tangi mō koutou, maupuku ko te iwi e, a mō wai tonu te whenua, e takoto nei.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Kia ora koutou.
Well, as far as I can see, that brings us to the end of the timetabled evidence for the day. We are ahead of time. So there will be there will be some afternoon tea at 3 p.m, and which I'm sure that the kitchen would want us to partake of. So, are there any matters that council wish to raise at this point?
Tēnā koutou to the panel.
Kia ora, Mr. Hudson.
Kia ora. Just to clarify that I spoke with two of your staff members at the lunch break about the potential for timetable changes, and I'm still seeking to finalise instruction from the claimants on those matters, and we're sending through email correspondence to your staff later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hudson. That's helpful. We'll wait to hear from you. Yeah. We will close the proceedings for the day. Kei a koe.
Kaua ke nei tātou kei hea ke ngarona. Engari, ki taku mahara, ki hei ngaro kei roto i a tātou tonu. I te kaipakawa, e mihi atu ana ke a koe, arahi nā ana koe i te kaupanei, i runga anau i tōna tike tanga, e tai atura ki te taumata e tikana ke tai ai. Tēnei momo kaupapa, ka mihi atura. O tira ke a koutou e te trai pūnara, me ngā ui ngai puta mai a koutou ki ngā kai whakatu, ki ngā kai tupu kōrero, kia putai te māramatanga o ngā kōrero te mea rapu kaua kei nei ki taku whakapae tēnei whakaminenga e tau nei tātou. Nā reira me te mahara e rā no a pōpō, hei whiriwhiri, hei tuku atu i ngā kōrero, e mahara atu ana hau i te wā i au tamariki ana. E tupu ke atu anau ki tōku kāinga, ki roto o te wāhine e kōrero nei au, ko tautoro. Moi a tēnā ko te pito o tōku ao, i tupu tahi ai, me ngā o ku mātua, me o ku whaia. E rapu ke ana tātou i roto i tēnei āhuatanga. Hea hae i whakarerea ngā mahi a te Wahine, ngā mama a te Wahine. Ki o ku mātua, i pēne ai nā tau. He mana taurite. E rangi ko ngā, he ngari ko ngā kauenga, kei reira ke te erere ke tanga. Nā reira me aru ake nei tātou i runga i tēnā whakaaro. Ke Kia kaua tētahi e tau patu patu I tētahi. Tāne me te wahine. He wāhi tā te tāne, he wāhi tā te wahine. Ki roto I te ao Māori nei, e mea tia nei putake nei tātou. E noho nei tātou. Kia tika I te mānu o te waka. E o ngā tere tere ngā kirunga, ngā au piki, me ngā au heke. O te ao e tere tere nei tātou I tēnei wā. Arera mihi nui atu rā kia koutou. Me taku whakapai, e halai te mea he taonga ka puta I ēnei whiri nga. E gari ki taku mahara, e koa atu rā I te taonga. E mana tunga ka puta I ēnei whiri nga. Nā reira keu tātou, kia tai noa tū tōna mutunga ka kite e tātou hea hā ngā māramatanga, hea hā ngā mātauranga ka puta. I ngā whiriwhiringa ka puta ki te ao kia noho puare ki te ao. Kia kau āno e ngaro. Kia kau āno e memeha mai I tō tātou ao. O nara hoki ko Waimaria, ko tai mai tau tātou prihi hei tuku I te reo ki tō tātou matua nui te rangi. O tai nei ki te mutunga, te kākarauri o te rānei, a pōpoake nei tātou ka hui anō. Nā reira, kia koutou rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. E muri ia takoto ki te moinga, nuku mai he wairua, ka moe tāwa, tāria wai hoe, ki te whare huri ai, e mea ka mama, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa kei ngā pātu o kākā porowini. Tēnei te wāhei taupoki I tō tātou I rangi. Nō reira, kia tau mai te manaakitanga, te tauwhiro, te tauata whaikirunga I tēnā e whakaru mene nei. Nō reira kia hirihiri tātou I kātika. Nō reira, ka tiki natu I ngā kete kōrero he whakairi aki I ngā pātu e whao tēnei whare. He whakaoki atu I te Māori e tiki natu ai tēnei ata. Kia puta e nei pūkenga, e nei teati, e nei kai whakawai, e nei roi, e nei kai mahi, e nei kai kōrero katoa. ki te whai au ki te ao mara. Turuturu a uta, turuturu a tai, whāno, whāno, haramai te toki, haumi e, hui e, tai e. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora.
two.